He had exceptional talent with a sword. There was nothing he couldn't learn and nothing that could escape his blade. He even trained so hard that he had bloodstains on the palms of his hands, but after dropping out of high school, he spent 20 years honing his knife skills and became the best swordsman in the country. In the next scene, we see a guy slicing a fish to plate in a restaurant. People are moving back and forth, calling out table orders amid the usual chaos of a busy kitchen. Then something catches the attention of the people outside the kitchen, and even the chefs are staring at someone. The man is there, intensely focused on cutting the fish. One of the staff members tells the head chef that his phone is ringing. He's wearing headphones, so he didn't hear it. He says, I should have set it to vibrate. Then he notices a notification from a game he had already uninstalled. Why was it showing up? Was the phone glitching? Suddenly, someone informs the chef that a guest has arrived, but the chef responds, "For God's sake, just say I'm not here." However, the guest is already approaching. He's there to demand an answer from the chef, believing he has given him more than enough time to think. "It's not a difficult request for someone who works with blades all day," he says. Then he pauses and adds, "Sorry, maybe I'm being a bit insensitive." He opens a briefcase full of money and says he'll make sure not to disappoint the chef. An advance payment of 300 million. But the chef simply chops something and says, "This kitchen is a clean place. There's no room for filthy people like you." What he chopped was a tuna hanging nearby. The guest gets furious, saying that the chef is practically a sword saint. What's a sword saint doing in a kitchen? Just cutting up fish. When the man grabs a knife, everyone is completely shocked. As the man storms out, he says he won't give up on the chef that easily and will return soon to talk again. Later, the chef steps out to smoke. Another employee comments on the 300 million offer, saying he would have taken it. The chef replies that he's only ever cut fish heads, never been a criminal. The man asks, "So you only have a reputation? You've never slit anyone's throat?" He tells him to just take the money, scare the person, do something with the knife, then use the money to open a shop, buy a house. Everyone deserves to live like a human being, right? But the chef says he wouldn't take it even if it were $1 billion. Then the man notices the chef's phone buzzing with notifications and teases, "Wow, you've got a lot of girlfriends, huh?" The chef replies that it's just some boring game. The man asks, "Oh, that divine protection game?" The chef says yes, but he had already quit it. Someone calls the employee back to clean the kitchen, and the chef begins reflecting on his youth. His family had gone bankrupt, and he started working all the time trying to live like a human being. Maybe he had focused too much on earning money. He wonders why the phone is still getting game notifications. Did he reinstall it after drinking? Anyway, he decides to delete it again, but when he tries to clear the notification, he accidentally taps it and the game Divine Protection opens. He thinks that even though he didn't play the game much, its soundtrack is nostalgic, and the female characters are still as beautiful as ever. Suddenly the phone begins to lag, and then everything starts to glow. In the next scene, we see the employee coming out again, saying they're calling the chef, but he's gone. The man wonders where the chef went and why he left his phone behind like that. Someone asks, "Where's the chef?" And he replies, "I don't know, maybe he went to take a dump." Meanwhile, on the phone screen it says, "Transfer complete, 100%. The following scene explains a bit about the game Divine Protection. It's a typical pay-to-win mobile game. You pay and become strong. It has a boring auto-hunting system and is a super generic game that doesn't need much explanation. Someone says, "So you might be wondering, why do I play this game then?" The person explaining admits it's because he likes the appearance of the little girls in the game. He never spent a single cent on in-game purchases, nor did he complete any of the game cycles. He never even played with a main character or an NPC. In fact, he ended up getting reincarnated as one of the background characters, and his name is Kang Gyeomar. Then suddenly, while walking down the street, a woman bumps into him. He's the typical League of Legends player thinking, "Oh my god, a woman." He asks if she's okay since they bumped into each other, but she says it's fine, it was her fault. Meanwhile, the protagonist is thinking about how the game is based in Korea. The names, locations, geography, and even the language are pretty much the same as Korean, more or less. There are some differences, but still, everything was heavily inspired by Korea itself, so thanks to that, he adapted very easily. He's still a teenager, at least for this year, and he lives inside the game without knowing whether reality is a game, or maybe just pretending not to know, living a completely normal high school life just like he did in his past life. It's a very typical secondary life. Then, when he says he's home, someone gets very excited and says that the pride of the family has finally returned. That person is his mother, who shows him a letter saying that he's been accepted into a university. He responds, "Please, Mom, can you stop with this for now?" But she insists, saying she's very proud and has already looked at that letter over and over again. John Mata's parents were way more excited than he was, even though tomorrow would be his entrance ceremony. They ask if he's packed everything for the trip. He says yes. He just needs to finish a few things. He thinks to himself that his peaceful, ordinary life is now completely ruined. In his room, feeling very discouraged, he thinks that the time has come. Everyone's too excited, so he can't just give up on this university. He had already asked to withdraw several times, but it didn't work. He's exhausted. He wonders, Kang Jiaomar, how did he even get accepted into a school like this, looking so unremarkable? Then it's explained what actually happened. When he first entered this body, his parents told him that the previous year he had manifested his blessing. He was confused, thinking, what do you mean? Apparently, just before he took over Jamar's body, the original Jamar had manifested a blessing, which made him pass the entrance exam to Awakens Academy immediately. The protagonist wonders, is this kid some kind of genius? It's explained that a blessing allows humans to use special abilities, basically the same concept as in the game. But not all humans have divine protection. A lot of it comes down to genetics. Richer and more noble families are more likely to have blessing. That's why an elite academy, Awakens, was founded. It was supposedly created to train heroes, but of course it's only open to the elite. However, a new admission program for people from non-heroic families had recently been introduced, and that's how Jiangmar was accepted. The reason they need heroes is to fight monsters, but the protagonist says he doesn't want that reality. It's not his reality. He doesn't want to be in a school being trained to become a hero and go to war. He gets bored just thinking about the fact that he has a blessing. Then his status window pops up and he says it still looks ugly as always. The system shows that he has the blessing of no pain, which stays active for 30 seconds and has a 12-hour cooldown. The protagonist wonders if that's really what got him accepted into the academy. 30 seconds. 12-hour cooldown? That's just sad. But he remembers, that's not the blessing he received when he arrived in this body. The true blessing is from the god of the sword. Anything he hits with a blade will be cut. The activation time is infinite. The effect only works with blades 30 centimeters or less in length and 5 centimeters or less in thickness. He wonders if this blessing is too powerful. Maybe someone's messing with him. He says he's never even seen this ability in the game, but the description is also very basic. If it hits, it cuts. How does that even work? There must be a condition for activation. Then he looks at the blade specs and realizes it's the perfect size for a sashimi knife, the same kind he used his entire past life. The protagonist still has no idea what the game wants from him. Life never goes the way he wants. He finally finishes packing, but oops, he forgot his equipment. Then he starts thinking about the gear he had when he first started the game. Even E-rank equipment costs millions. S-rank gear? Maybe only 2 people in the world have it. He doesn't want anything flashy, so he doesn't waste money. But he also knows if he shows up at school with no equipment at all, he'll stand out. Eventually, he gives in and decides to prepare some equipment. He remembers that in his past life, a teacher insisted that Japanese knives are worth it, so why not give it a try? After all, someone who's truly skilled never blames their tools. The next day, he's all dressed up and ready, carrying his bags. Someone wonders what exactly he's bringing. We see that he's packed with a bunch of sashimi knives. He's standing in a line for the equipment inspection that happens on the first day. The muscular instructor doing the inspection thinks to himself, there's always one prankster every year. I've got to show them who's boss. He slams the table and asks, you think this academy is a joke? You're going to enter this academy with kitchen knives as your equipment? But the protagonist calmly replies, this is my equipment. The instructor stares at him for a moment, then gets angry and shouts, student. But Chomar simply responds, sir instructor, I'm a special admissions student from an ordinary family. My family is not in a position to provide me with proper equipment, Jiaomar says. Are you going to keep doing this disservice? An instructor notices that his tag is a different color, meaning he's a special admission student, and thinks, real equipment is extremely expensive. Now that I think about it, people like him will have a huge disadvantage in their education, won't they? Then, the protagonist throws a sharp comment at him, saying that blaming someone for their equipment is incredibly immature. He holds tightly to a principle ingrained in his mind. An expert never blames their tools. He reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without ever having proper gear. That's the life philosophy he carries with him. Suddenly, the instructor feels his presence and says that the protagonist is definitely a goch, perhaps a reference to someone talented or special. Then another instructor announces that the student Jelmar, admitted through special admission, is allowed to use his own equipment. Naturally, the protagonist thanks them before leaving. Of course, the snobby rich students start talking trash about him because of his special admission, but the instructor immediately tells everyone to shut up. Now, he's standing by the protagonist's side. He says that it all depends on their actions, not where they came from. Understood? And everyone replies, yes. The protagonist thinks, after this, I'm definitely going to have PTSD. Later, he says he needs a break. He didn't expect entering the academy to be this awkward and uncomfortable, but at least his equipment evaluation is done. Now he just has to take the test to determine what class he'll be placed in. He thinks, one way or another, I've made it far. This is an extremely privileged academy, Awakens Academy. He admits that it's totally different from just looking at it through a phone screen. The campus is ridiculously huge, like a small city could fit inside it. The protagonist has to admit this place is actually pretty cool. He reflects that he's now in a school full of high-class people. In his past life, he had to drop out of school because of money. He wonders if he ever imagined being in a place like this. Suddenly, a voice on the speaker announces that the exam will begin and all new students must gather by 3 p.m. The protagonist thinks, so soon? I already passed the entrance ceremony, but this test is way more important. He says he needs to test out his new equipment. Then he pauses, realizing, wait, I haven't touched a knife since I got here, have I? He remembers his master who always told him, never let go of your sword, sleep with it if you must. He lived 22 years by the sword, surely 1 year of rest hasn't dulled his skills, right? He inspects the knife to see if it's sharp and says not bad at all, to be honest. He goes to test it by slicing a leaf, but as he draws the blade, it starts to energize. The system announces that the conditions to activate the blessing of the sword god have been met. However, it warns that the protagonist's body is still too weak, and so is the equipment. Then a suppression takes place to sync the power with his current body and weapon. Jelmar thinks, wait, is the ability activating already? He activates the skill at level 1, and the system says, may the gods bless you. Then he suddenly feels immense pain as the energy flows through the knife in his body. He thinks he might die from the pain, but he survives and finds himself in a completely different space. He wonders, what the hell just happened? When he drops the knife on the ground, it seems like the universe, the very fabric of reality, begins to rebuild itself. He realizes, wait, I'm back. That whole thing happened the moment he let go of the knife. What the hell is going on? He feels an intense headache. He thinks the skill activated, but why did the blessing make the whole world fall apart? And is this headache a side effect? Apparently, when he previously used the no-pain blessing, he only ended up with some muscle soreness afterward. He wonders if it's going to hurt this much every time. How am I ever going to use my knife? Again, the loudspeaker calls for all new students to gather immediately. He thinks about whether he can even pick up the knife again. He can't just leave a sashimi knife lying around on the ground, right? Maybe it only hurt because it was the first time. Maybe it'll be fine now. But the moment he picks the knife up again, intense pain strikes. In the next scene, we're in the training area. Lots of students are already gathered, waiting. Several nobles are chatting, and we see someone very important among them. The Sword Emperor Segveri Wan Nibelung, a 7-star hero. They say he's a direct descendant of Eren Nibelung, and beyond that, he's the apprentice of the legendary hero, currently the most powerful human alive. The nobles get a bit intimidated by his presence and start looking for seats. Then a woman appears alongside the Sword Emperor. She's also a 7-star hero known as the Poison of Medea. She asks the Emperor how his half a century of his life later. Isekied just says, Medea, and asks, you're dressed like that at an academy? Are you seriously using turning 70 as an excuse to say you're going crazy? She replies, every woman deserves to feel beautiful, don't you think? And says she could make him look 10 years younger with her blessing if he wanted. He responds that even at 70, she still looks like a child and that people should be judged by their character, not their age. Apparently that's her mindset too. She says that Seagay is just as silly as ever. just like in the last half-century. He calls her an old fox, but she remarks that at least today's events and people are a lot more interesting than back in their day. She then asks if Seagay's granddaughter is beautiful, but he doesn't say a word. Then, the students are informed that the match is about to begin. Everyone starts organizing themselves, and our protagonist is noticeably isolated. He thinks he might be the only one here alone. On top of that, he's a special admission student. He remembers how people tend to bully those in his position. Suddenly, someone walks by and the crowd parts naturally as she passes. The boys are all stunned by her beauty. The protagonist immediately recognizes her. She also studies here. She's Abel von Lung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She's the main heroine of the game Divine Protection. The reason he spent so much money on that game. In the next scene, we're given some background information on something called Subspace, created by the legendary hero Ballard Joachim. It's an alternate space of reality. Pain and experience are real, but they don't affect the real world. Even murder can occur there without impacting reality. The Sword Emperor asks if the training will take place in subspace, and Maria confirms it. She explains that the school is doing things differently this year. It will be a battle royale with groups of 10. The last one standing win. There are also no equipment restrictions. Siags asks, if there are no restrictions, doesn't that mean elite students can bring whatever they want inside? Medea tells him not to even mention it. It seems that these days the academy is focusing only on money. She admits she's had a major headache because of this new system. Siag asks if she's talking about special admissions. Meanwhile, our protagonist is in awe, thinking she's even more incredible in person. Before she was just a 2D character. Now she's right in front of him. He sees other students trying to talk to her and thinks, if I were even a bit more confident, I'd be there too. Abel von Nibelung, the main character of Divine Protection. In other words, the heroine you control in the game. He reflects on how close the character was to the player and how pretty people always seem to end up in relationships. Besides, he's just a special admission student. He tells himself he won't get involved with that kind of school life. The 3 words he's set for his new life are safe, ordinary, and protected. With that approach, he'll study peacefully, get a stable job, and live a secure, peaceful life. He thinks, becoming a hero? Not a chance. I touched a knife and nearly died from the pain. Heroes protect the world. He just wants to live comfortably. Suddenly, the magic crystal begins announcing the test rules. This time it's a battle royale. Among the 10-person teams, the top-ranking students will be classified as Class 1, Star, Class 2 and 3, Dragon, Class 4 to 7, Wolf, Class 8 to 10, Ordinary. Based on these results, students will be assigned to different classes, points will be calculated automatically, and there's no time limit. The protagonist thinks the format is a lot like the game. His goal is to complete it quickly and avoid drawing attention. Then the spatial deployment device activates. The exam begins now. Suddenly, dark shadows cover the arena. The automated system says, "May the blessing of the hero be with you." The protagonist thinks he'll avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. In the next scene, everyone is seen exiting the subspace, battered and exhausted. The magic crystal announces everyone's rankings. The Sword Emperor and Medea are watching. She thinks in this place alone we have Sieg's granddaughter and descendants of Shang Sang and Gung. These results were practically predetermined. Then she notices the time. 7 minutes. Unbelievable. She broke a record with a C-rank weapon. The weapon used was high risk. It required the user to have perfect control of their blessing. Medea comments that these new young people are acting more mature than they look. Even if they're not at the level of heroes from her era, this year's selection will definitely go down in Academy history. The Sword Emperor replies, "That's expected from my granddaughter, a true descendant of the Nibelung family." He says it looks like it's wrapping up and starts to leave. Medea says there's really not much left to see, but the Emperor asks, "Wait, there are still plenty of people left. Are you really leaving?" She says, "Uh-huh. See you in the next life, old man." Suddenly, both the Emperor and Medea feel something intense. In fact, everyone feels it. Medea asks if he felt that, and he replies, "This is just ridiculous." He says it's a feeling that's incredibly rare. He's only felt it once before, near the president. Then suddenly, a loud noise erupts, and the sky is torn open. The subspace itself is cut apart. Someone has literally sliced through the subspace. 2 people fall from the rift in the sky, and people start whispering. Wait, did they just fall from outside the subspace? Suddenly, the rift begins to shine brightly and something shoots down from it at high speed. It's a sashimi knife. Medea immediately calls the medical team to rescue the people lying on the ground. We then see our protagonist collapse next to his knife. Now we see the scene from his perspective. He realizes the results were predetermined. There were elites in the match, but due to pure bad luck, he ended up in a life and death battle. We see other students getting massacred. He explains he ended up in the group with the evil twins, the two brothers of the Iron family, Ma Jun and Jung Ma. They're shown brutally beating the other students without mercy. They're naturally talented, but also extremely violent. The protagonist notes that 30 minutes have passed and they're still beating people. Strangely, he hasn't been targeted. He wonders, am I so weak they didn't even notice me? Then, one of the brothers throws what looks like a lifeless body to the ground. He starts counting 1, 2, and then asks his brother how many he knocked out. In that moment, he stomps on another student's head, smashing it into the ground. His brother complains that he got 4 and he only got 2, but the first replies, "No, I left 1 for you." He points to a terrified girl trembling in the corner. The protagonist becomes alert. He had already been watching her for a while. She's completely panicked. She won't even be able to defend herself. The taller brother walks toward her slowly and says he likes her a lot. He loves people who cry and scream a lot. The other brother responds that, even though they're twins, the taller one is a total pervert to him. He then asks, should I start by splitting her in half? That's when the protagonist yells at them, calling them bastards and sons of, and says, even if it's just subspace, don't go this far. Are you guys psychopaths? Then he realizes, damn, I said that out loud without thinking. The two brothers suddenly turn toward him. They didn't even realize he was there. They mock him, saying he's just another disgusting special admission student and that makes them happy. The taller brother says he'll slice off his head real quick and make him pay for the insults. The protagonist, Gimar, starts panicking. What do I do now? Do I use my blessing? He realizes it won't work. His blessing only lasts 30 seconds and those two have been pummeling others for 30 minutes. Then he remembers his weapon, the sashimi knife. But he hesitates. Every time he activates his blessing, he feels immense pain. All he wanted was an ordinary and safe life. Half a day had passed, and he had already failed at that. The brothers wonder what he's doing. Slowly he pulls the sashimi knife from his bag. They burst out laughing, mocking him for pulling out a kitchen knife. The taller one calls him funny, but says he's going to kill him anyway, starting with smashing his head in. The protagonist thinks, this is a life or death situation. I only have 30 seconds. I need to come up with something now. He activates the pain suppression blessing, then activates the blessing of the sword god. The pain suppression nullifies the sword god's side effects. The taller brother asks mockingly, what are you gonna do with a kitchen knife? Jumar thinks, if I don't cut, I die. But will this giant fat guy really get cut by a sashimi knife? He's not a fish, he's a human. I've never cut a human before. Then he wonders, why do gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives? Do they really cut people like fish? He remembers what his master once told him. Of course not. Not even if God himself wielded it could he do that. But he also remembers another phrase, if you cut, it turns into pieces. As the fat guy lunges at him, Jalmar doesn't hesitate. He slashes with the divine slash and cleanly severs one of the brother's hands. The hand, along with the glove, falls heavily to the ground. Jalmar thinks, finally I can get payback on these bastards. We then flash back to a scene from his past life, where he asks his master why gangsters eat sashimi. The master throws a knife at him and says, I told you, just call me master. And why the hell do you care about that anyway? His master was an ex-gangster who had lost one of his hands during a gang operation. He wanted to make people happy with knives, not sad. So, he opened a sushi restaurant. However, he had exceptional skills with knives. The protagonist then asks, but why in these kinds of movies is everyone so obsessed with this type of knife? Does this really happen in real life? The master replies, if you stab someone with a wide kitchen knife, their skin will contract quickly, making it look like the knife comes out easily. But sashimi knives are thin, allowing you to stab and pull them out repeatedly. The protagonist asks, what do you mean stab? Don't you mean cut? If it can cut fish, why not people? The master responds, "The fish is already dead, idiot. If it were alive, you wouldn't even be able to cut bread." Then the protagonist makes a comment about a cartoon chef and the master grabs him, shouting, "What damn cartoon?" and slaps him on the head. "You think a knife works like that, you little brat?" He starts smacking the boy's back. Back in the present, we see the enemy's arm has been cut off like butter. He starts screaming and flailing, shouting that his arm has been chopped off and that it hurts. He's terrified of the protagonist now and starts begging him to stay away, fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, the other brother is just frozen in shock by what he's witnessed. The taller brother is crying, calling for help, and just as he screams for his brother again, his head is split clean in half. The surviving brother sees half of his twin's face fall at his feet. He finally reacts by screaming. The protagonist stands there, possessed by rage. The remaining brother thinks, "It's okay, my brother isn't really dead. This is just a subspace." But deep down he wonders, who is this guy? He just split a head in two with a knife. He realizes he must be extremely cautious of that sashimi knife. Thinking his brother lost only because he was careless, the remaining twin grabs the severed arm and steals his glove, equipping both of them now. He activates the Blessing of Resolve, which boosts his defense, increases his jump height by 200%, and enhances his punching power. Now he has 3 buffs active at once. He declares, "It doesn't matter where you got that knife. Not even an S-rank weapon can pierce my defense now." But our protagonist is counting down. He's at 21 seconds. The big guy sees an opening and charges at him, mocking him for mumbling instead of fighting. "You're gonna die now, kid. I'm gonna crush your skull." But the protagonist keeps counting. 7, 6. Suddenly the brute realizes he's on the ground with countless knives stuck in his body. At 3, the man dies. Right then, the system announces that the pain suppression blessing has ended, and the protagonist starts screaming in agony while clutching the sashimi knife. In the next scene, he slowly opens his eyes and asks if he's in a hospital. As he tries to get up, he's overwhelmed by pain. Someone quickly passes by the door checking if he's awake and then runs off to report it. The protagonist thinks he just saw a face he never expected to see. The person who, 50 years ago, annihilated the Demon King's army. Standing in front of him are the 2 7-star heroes, the strongest human, Siegfried, and the Academy director, Medea. He wonders why these legendary figures are here. Then Sieg asks him for his name. He replies, "Jamar," and cuts straight to the point, asking what he did inside that space. Jamar remembers the sensation he felt. It wasn't even him in that moment. He wasn't himself in that body. He is already holding his sword, and the protagonist realizes it's very bad to be the target of that man. He says that even though it was just a subspace, he thought the twins went way too far and that he knows he himself went too far too. He says he's ready to accept any punishment. Sieg stares at him, but Medea interjects, "Come on, old man, are you really trying to intimidate the poor kid?" She sits beside the bed and tells Jongmar that it was Sieg who cleared his blocked meridians while he was unconscious. Apparently, she adds, the older people get, the more stubborn they become. She leans in, saying playfully, "Come on, little guy, at least look at me. I really like shy boys." Jomar, Sieg, and even another man named Freud all become embarrassed by her behavior. Jomar wonders, why did the sword master do that for me? Then he realizes it's no surprise his body feels much lighter than before. Medea tells him they reviewed the footage from the room he was in and she says she was moved. He had protected a disadvantaged student like a prince from her dreams. "Maybe you're my little hero," she teases. The emperor speaks up, "Medea." She rolls her eyes, "Fine, fine, old man." The emperor tells her to maintain her dignity, and she says she's only telling Jamar all this so he won't worry, because he won't be punished for what he did. They were only accepted because of a favor from their very influential family. Medea says they will be expelled from the school soon. Jomar thinks, that's a relief. At least I won't have to share my school life with people like that. But the emperor says that actually they are there for another reason. Jomar has become the top student in the exam, and they congratulate him for it. He thinks, wait, what? He had only wanted a peaceful and safe life. In the next scene a little later at the academy, we see Medea saying that she has been the director of the academy for 20 years, but this is the first time something like this has ever happened. We return to the earlier moment and Jomar says that he doesn't want to be first place. Both are shocked by this. Medea pleads, Geomar, please reconsider. Do you understand what it means to be the star of the class? Maybe he didn't hear properly, but his result was determined by the exam itself. Still, he says he doesn't want it. The emperor just watches silently until Medea calls his name and we return to the present. She asks, are you upset because Geomar took your granddaughter's spot? He replies, of course not. That would be incredibly immature. There's nothing more immature than ranking someone based solely on their connections. The academy chose the best student, so they'll just have to accept that. He reflects on how Geomar had no exceptional innate abilities, no strong physical talents, and very little experience. Still, for a boy his age, he remembers that massive strike. Those movements he saw of Geomar's technique at that moment embodied the very concept of skill that was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, he also noticed something off in the boy's meridians. His body wasn't properly trained for the skills he displayed. It was as if something had been sealed inside him, something that shouldn't have been there. He thinks to himself that even at this age, the Sword Emperor is still competitive, especially when the student is the same age as his granddaughter. Medea says, he is very attractive, isn't he? Not just the way he killed his opponents to save a defenseless girl. If I were 10 years younger, or maybe even now, I might give him a chance. She changes the subject and asks, what are you thinking about, old man? The emperor asks, what do students these days call someone like you, huh? Medea replies, why don't you use that shiny bald head of yours and try to guess? What do you think people call ladies like me? He just replies, bitch. She gets really pissed, slams her teacup on the table. The next scene shows the protagonist heading to his class, the wolf class, and he remembers why he's here. Medea had told him he would be placed in the wolf class, but Geomar had said, Director, I want to be in the tiger class. Is that possible? She replied, of course not. The top student in the tiger class? If the best student were placed there, the credibility of my school would be ruined. Becoming a tiger is not permitted for you. She added that in return she would keep his secret. She thought that if he were placed in the tiger class, the academy's executives would pressure her even more. Geomar, on the other hand, thought his idea was to complete his studies safely in a lower-level class instead of constantly fighting in a high-level one. The wolf class was still within his expectations. However, when he entered the class, everyone was staring at him, but only because he had slammed the door. Once they saw he was in through special admission, everyone just ignored him. He thought, they ignored me. If you're going to ignore me, at least stop staring, right? If they really ignored him, that must mean the director kept his secret. It seemed like he might finally be able to live a peaceful life after all, a rare bit of good news. Then, we see the girl he saved earlier approaching to thank him. She says, back in the exam, do you remember? And he replies, yes, of course. He thinks to himself, why is she using such formal language for someone her age? He tells her there's no need to thank him because anyone would have done the same, but she insists she had to thank him for what he did. Geomar thinks, I only did it to save myself, not her. Now he feels a bit hypocritical. He takes the opportunity to introduce himself. I'm Kang Geomar, she replies, that her name is Chloe, and he says it's nice to meet her and that it's good to have at least one familiar face in the same class. She says she feels happy about that too. He thinks, Chloe, I don't remember this character from the game, but also reflects that the main characters in the game are few, so it'll be hard to recognize everyone. Maybe she's an extra character, just like me. Geomar then tells Chloe to keep what happened during the exam a secret. She says, yes, of course, and was about to ask him for something when the professor yells for everyone to take their seats. Geomar says, let's talk later, okay? The professor throws a book onto his tablet and says that everyone there should be proud. They were all chosen to inherit the legacy of their brave ancestor, Valor Awakens, and should embrace that pride. His name is Bin, and he's the instructor of the wolf class. He says that since it's the first day, they'll start with some basic exercises. Everyone must gear up and report to the training area in 30 minutes. One of the students asks what they'll be doing, and Bin replies that it's very simple: no push-ups, no sit-ups, no squats, just run 10 laps around the training field. If there are no more questions, they can begin. Geomar thinks, by the end of this training, do we all go bald or something? He approaches the professor, who asks, what do you want? But the professor calls him by name, and Geomar thinks, wait, he knows my name? He says he wants to skip the training because he's not feeling well. but the professor says that since he's an excellent student, this routine won't even make him sweat. In fact, today he'll be doing training meant for the star class. He also adds that the director said Jomar should always receive a higher level training load than the rest of his class. Jomar thinks, that damn old hag. Then he tries to change tactics and says, actually, I need to use the bathroom. I was kind of holding it, you know? The professor replies, of course. As expected of a good student like you, I'll wait for you there, all right? Next, we see Jomar running, but he's behind everyone else. He says he can't take it anymore, he can't feel his legs. He's practically dying, repeating to himself, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then Chloe shows up beside him and asks, are you okay? You don't look well. He replies, no, I'm fine. She then asks, Jomar, how many laps have you done so far? He says, I think 5. When he asks how many she's done, she says 7, and he's shocked. But Chloe encourages him, saying he'll make it in the end. Then she runs ahead, and Jomar thinks, that damn exam is what ruined me. In the next scene, back in his room, we see several empty water bottles on the floor. Jomar finishes drinking another and thinks, this sucks. I'm exhausted. It's only been a week at the academy, and I've already faced so many problems. He remembers his first time in the cafeteria. He was already in line asking for food because he was starving, but then thought, wait, why is there a ticket machine here? Isn't food free? He told the lunch lady to start preparing his meal because he'd quickly go get a ticket. But when he saw the price, the scene cuts to a large menu on the wall. He read, spicy pork rice, 50,000, and thought, my God, why is it so expensive? So far, he had only been drinking water and hadn't eaten anything. Then he throws the bottle. He hits the wall, furious and starving at this point. He thinks about how his parents offered him money and he should have accepted it. He's been surviving on the cheapest water on campus so far. He also missed the supplementary dinners. He wraps himself in his blanket and thinks he needs to reflect on something to forget the hunger. Then he thinks about his blessing, and when he does, the system appears. The system tells him that his physical level has increased to 12, and as his physique improves, the restrictions of his sword are being relaxed. Now, the sword he uses can be 2 centimeters longer. He thinks that's not a big deal, but one thing was worth it. He looks at himself in the mirror and sees he's in much better shape. He says it seems all that training wasn't a waste of time. He thinks maybe this is happening because the sword master unlocked his meridian points. At this point, evolution is essential for him. Besides, his blessing is evolving, which means he won't be stuck with a sashimi knife forever. If he keeps improving, he'll be able to wield a real sword eventually. He looks at his little knives and thinks about how hesitant he was to hold them during the entrance ceremony. Now he can wield a sword even if it hurts a lot. Is this the result of the blessing? Then Jomar thinks, why am I suddenly proud of myself, huh? Suddenly, he hears a sound at the door. When he checks, it's Chloe. She's nervous and shy, asking if she's interrupting his rest. He wonders what Chloe is doing there. He tells her, no, she's not interrupting anything. He was just lying down a bit, and he asks how she's doing. She says she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria for a week and asks if he's feeling okay. He says he just doesn't eat meals prepared by others. That's all, though in truth he loves them, and he's extremely hungry. She says she understands, and he replies, don't worry about me. Okay, Chloe? Then, all shy, she says she'd like to invite him if it's not a bother to share a food supply together. He responds, so, let's go then. That's what you're suggesting, right? I'll go with you. He adds, I'm decently good at cooking, you know? She runs after him as he walks off, happy that he's finally going to eat. He asks where her dorm is. In the next scene, it's nighttime and we see that Chloe just finished eating what he cooked. She says it was delicious, and he says he's honored to hear that. She comments on how quickly he prepared such a tasty meal and says she had never cooked fish or tasted that kind of flavor before. He says he'll go check the fridge but mentions that she really seems to like fish. She says yes because she was born and raised on the coast. He says that's excellent, because preparing fish is his specialty. The protagonist thinks that he can finally do something he's good at, without his hands hurting. He says he's going to reminisce a little and cut some sashimi, but the big problem is his bless. If he picks up a kitchen knife, it'll activate and it hurts. He asks her if she has a larger knife, saying that all the swords he uses in combat look like this one. Then she catches his attention and shows him a huge katana, saying, will this work? He replies that it's okay, he'll just use the kitchen knife. He thinks it's easier to use the pain blessing and get this done in 30 seconds. He remembers that in his past life he was called the best swordsman in the country, so he figures he can handle it. He activates the sword god's blessing. In the next scene, all the food is already eaten. He says it only took 21 seconds. He scaled the fish, removed its bones and guts, and filleted the meat. He says it was a work of art. I guess I still got it. She asks how he got so good at cooking. He tells her he used to work in a restaurant. She asks, what does part-time job mean? He responds, oh, you don't know what that is? Sorry. The protagonist thinks that maybe it's not a difference between worlds, just a social one. He says that in any case, her enjoying the food he made makes him feel very flattered. She says that since he cooked, she'll wash the dishes, and he agrees. All right, sounds good. Then he looks up at the moon and starts singing, thinking that now that his belly is full, he just can't help it. Suddenly, we hear a dish breaking. Chloe is apologizing, having broken something. The protagonist thinks, you're rich. Probably never had to wash dishes before, huh? At your age, I'd already done it so many times. Suddenly, a book falls off one of Chloe's shelves. It looks like a diary with drawings and writing. He wonders, is this her diary? He says her handwriting is really cute, and there are stickers here and there. He thinks he should put it back where it was. But then he stops to look at one page and thinks she's really kind and sweet. He decides to sneak another peek. Why not? Then he gets to a page that talks about him. It says, I love you, 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 and about 80 more times. Seeing that, he thinks, oh God, now I'm screwed. Then we hear another plate breaking because Chloe has turned around and asks if he's reading her diary. In the next scene, it's explained that heroes are respected for slaying demons, and that reputation grows even more when they gain global recognition. However, in the name of this power, some factions abuse the weak simply because they have authority. To punish people like that, there had to be a family that specialized in this task, a family that preferred to work from the shadows. This family is known as the Silesia Auditorium, a clan that handles these kinds of shadow operatives. Those born into the Silesia Auditorium family have their mental state crushed to the last drop from a young age. Emotions are not allowed, they're strictly suppressed. Everyone undergoes extremely harsh training. We see a scene of Chloe observing this brutal training, and in the next she's holding a katana. All these people are shaped into assassination machines. Even young girls are shown igniting blood on their palms. In one scene, we see her grandfather speaking to her, Chloe of the Silesia Auditorium, you must never underestimate your assassin skills. She heard these words so many times that she eventually came to accept them as her reality. The training completely warped her nature, casting a heavy shadow over her heart. Her identity eroded until only traces of emotion remained, and it was at this stage that Chloe entered the academy, Awakens Academy, where students were placed in classes based on their aptitude. Although her talent was incredible, the Silesia family, who thrived in the shadows, had made an agreement with the academy that their members would be assigned to the common class to remain undetected. This was the deal between the family and the academy. But in truth, even before that, during the first 3 years of childhood, the family stripped away the freedom of every individual born there. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin and never protested. In the end, nothing was going to change that. Or so she thought. Until she met a boy. She remembers the scene where Jiamar shouted at those jerks, calling them psychopaths, and rushed to save her in the subspace. It wasn't supposed to feel like dying, it was just a simulated experience, but Chloe did feel it. Even though her fate had long been predetermined to kill, she had already abandoned meaningless battles. She was trained to eliminate only those who deserved it. In the end, nothing would change that, or so she believed. But of course, something could happen to surprise her, a ray of sunlight that could pierce through the stormy clouds of her life, a feeling that burned from the inside out, a sword wielded willingly, different from hers, a sword used for self-defense, a sword used for one's own honor. In that moment, she remembered hiding a book she once loved under her pillow, a story about a princess and the prince who saved her. She realized she had found her prince. That narrative unfolded before her very eyes. Her chest tightened. Her heart began to beat fast, and before she knew it, those feelings surged forth. She felt that this was love. In the next scene, we return to the present. The protagonist is facing her as she gives him a dark and tense look. He stands there awkwardly, in silence, thinking that he's in serious trouble now. This is the first time he's faced something like this. Back in his teenage years, no one ever liked him. He should have realized it. Obviously, she was feeding him. So he tries to change the subject and says, Chloe, the night is beautiful, isn't it? Have you seen the moon? You've made me really happy by giving me food and all that, but I think it's time for me to go now, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. She asks if he saw it. He looks at the diary and says, this book? Oh, must be the one you used to study, right? But she says, the diary, and the protagonist thinks, how the hell did she see that? Does she have eyes in the back of her head? Then she drops her polite tone entirely, and he realizes she's turned into a completely different person. He stammers, I didn't see anything. I didn't see it, I swear. Okay, I saw it. She begins to unsheath her katana. The protagonist thinks, wait, what? Just like that? He realizes jumping out the window isn't an option. He's on the 4th floor. He'd be crushed when he hit the ground. The only way out is through the door, and now he has a serious problem. He's trapped. She starts slowly dragging her katana toward him, and the protagonist thinks she's actually coming to kill him. He considers that maybe she's not well. He knows a bit about this kind of thing. One of her pupils isn't moving, and her eyes look dull and lifeless. She's definitely a yandere. She was all cheerful just a moment ago, and now there's no way. She's absolutely one of those anime yanderes with a dual personality. He thinks that managing someone like that is already extremely difficult, but if the person also has a split personality disorder, then it's game over. And then Geomar realizes the thing that triggered all of this was the diary. If that's the case, she'll pursue him until he dies to ensure his future safety. He needs to take the initiative today. He thinks her aura is much worse than those big guys he fought before, and Guiomar realizes that this academy is getting tougher. He thinks he needs to get out of this situation. He's only used 21 seconds of the Blessing of Pain, which means he still has 9 seconds left. The sashimi knife is still there, but he won't be able to grab it because she's too close to Chloe. But Chloe is already preparing, and the protagonist grabs the first thing he sees, a utility knife. As she charges toward him with the katana, he grabs the utility knife and says he needs to end this now. He thinks the blade is too small, and the system informs him that this type of exercise increases mental resilience. His words and actions have gained temporary intimidation, and the blessing of the sword god has been activated. May the gods be with you, Jomar. The two face off, one with a katana, the other with a utility knife. He says Chloe has long hair and maybe she'll need to cut it a bit. We only see the cuts being made in the air. In the next scene, we see Chloe in her bed, sitting up and asking where Jimar is. She wonders where he went. She thinks back to her last memory of him. She was looking at him while he was observing the moon. She asks, "Where's my katana?" But then she sees it there and sighs. Phew. She recalls that she practically loses consciousness every time she grabs a katana. In her memories, her grandfather tells her not to worry when this happens. She shouldn't deny her talent as an assassin. She always forgets about a murder. Then she puts her face into her pillow and says, "Chloe, I'm so stupid. Why did I have to faint at that moment?" She feels all warm and shy, thinking about Jomar. She wonders if she said something wrong before she lost her memory. Then she notices that her utility knife is on the floor and asks, "Huh? Why is this here?" That's when she realizes her hair is short. He used the utility knife to cut her hair, and he even put all the cut hair in the trash. She thinks, Jomar is really so kind. She decides to write it in her diary before she forgets and writes again that she loves Jomar very much. In the next scene, we see him outside vomiting. He thinks that somehow he managed to escape that situation. He only used 5 seconds of his blessing, and he feels like he might vomit again. With that, all the dinner he ate is coming up. After vomiting a lot, he sits down on a bench to rest. He says he's vomited everything out and is hungry again. He starts thinking about who exactly Chloe is. Her swordsmanship was perfect. She came at him with the intention to strike his heart in one blow. This is a technique only assassins can master. If he had been caught off guard, he would be dead right now. When he thought his life was in danger, he instinctively aimed for her neck. Luckily, the utility knife was too short, so she only ended up cutting her hair. Jomar thinks that he cleaned up the mess, so there shouldn't be any issues later. Right? He thinks that maintaining peace in this place isn't so easy. Apparently being ordinary is much more difficult. He reflects that for the first time when he came into this cursed game, he had no ambition. Just using a sashimi knife, He reached the pinnacle of fencing. It's hard to imagine, even in the wildest imagination, but that's what they say. Everyone knows how to do something. Besides having a miraculous blessing, the divine protection is the name of the game. So the protagonist also has a blessing beyond the blessing of valor. Joaquin, the legendary hero. If Jumar remembers correctly, it was one of the legendary blessings in the game. But the content of the blessing is very simple: save the world from the Demon King's dangers. But the protagonist has a legendary sword called Wound. However, a sword is known to choose its master. Meanwhile, Jamar can use a sashimi knife. He thinks he needs to control himself. Nothing here is real. They're just characters. Nothing is real. He even forgot the goal he had before. But then he stops to think, is there really a person so ordinary in this world? Jumar wonders if he's already given up on knowing who the main character is and who isn't, but at least now he knows how to handle himself in this game. It's been a week since he started studying at the academy, and based on the game's story, the protagonist should be receiving his blessing now. He's late for the registration, and it seems like the story is progressing at this point. Jumar knows the general story, but doesn't know how it ends. Of course, knowing this kind of thing is just an addition. No matter what happens, he'll follow the main storyline. He'll lose any advantage or shortcuts he might have. And as Jumar remembers, the game starts to get darker in the second semester of the third year. Demonic tribes and the like, all of them chasing after the protagonist. The Academy has to take action against the demons, which escalates quickly, and in the end, a war breaks out between humans and demons. As a result, the game turned into a cliché. Jumar remembers thinking in his past life what a sudden twist the story had. One moment he was living a peaceful school life just as he wanted in the game, but suddenly, everything started deteriorating. After that, he deleted the game, but just thinking that a war will happen in this world, he wonders if he will die in that war. No, he doesn't want that to happen. He still has 3 years to prepare. Right now, he needs a more realistic goal. He needs to get stronger to survive. Jumar thinks that most stories have a happy ending, don't they? So, he figures it won't go too badly for him. He just needs strength to protect himself, to survive the war. However, he plans to train as discreetly as possible. If he stands out too much, he might end up being forced to fight in the front lines of the war, and he needs to avoid that at all costs. Moreover, he has to restrict his use of the blessing of the sword god because it makes him too powerful, but the physical strain it causes isn't worth it. He starts analyzing the system screen, which shows his abilities, and wonders, why is there so much new content that wasn't in the game here? Body, mind, equipment are shown in the game, but what is this assimilation, and what are these 3 question marks he's seeing? He taps the system screen, and it says that the conditions have not yet been met for Jamar to access this. He thinks that's not important right now though, because another question pops up about this so-called gift he received. Besides that, he needs physical training and a new weapon. Additionally, since he can only use his blessing of pain for 30 seconds, he needs to train with a sword that doesn't meet the sword god's blessing requirements. Fortunately, there will be a monster extermination practice next month, and the reward for that is a Murasami, a rank B weapon. If he can use it well, it will be enough for his graduation. He hopes that sword won't work with his blessing. As he reflects, he thinks there's much more he has to do than he initially thought. Just then, someone catches his attention. It's the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, who says that the spot he's sitting in is hers. She seems to be sweating from a walk. She stares at the protagonist and he moves a little to the side. She asks if he could move a bit more. He moves and thinks, Abel, I shouldn't have looked at her like that. Then Abel says he doesn't need to leave, just move a bit. Jomar thinks, how is this place hers? It's just a public bench. But the truth is, he needs to cut all ties with the heroine of the game. We see her trying to cool off, and the protagonist takes a quick look, feeling a bit embarrassed. He thinks that all the heroines in the game are designed to attract attention. She is really beautiful, but suddenly Abel says that this is the best place to watch the stars. Jumar thinks, damn, she started a conversation. He wonders, is this really Abel, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor? He wonders why she started talking to a poor guy like him. Out of nowhere, she asks if his main weapon is a sword. He asks how she knows, and she says that her grandfather taught her this. A swordsman always has a very specific look. She offers him her sword and asks, do you want to try it? He says he's not really interested and wonders if she's okay. He wonders, is she really the same character? Then Abel asks, do you know who I am? Jomar thinks, she must be asking because she found me suspicious, right? He realizes that no one at this school doesn't know who she is. He says he knows her somewhat, and she replies that she doesn't know him. Jomar wonders, what's the point of this conversation? She says it's a bit cliché. He knows her, but she doesn't know him. Then Jomar asks, should I give my name to everyone I just met? She responds, you never know, right? You could be a demon king's spy, and I wouldn't know. You could be an infiltrator disguised as a student. What would explain you being here alone at night sitting on this bench? Jomar thinks for a moment and then asks, then why are you here? She says it's because she was training, obviously. He replies that he was training too. She asks, what kind of exercise? He says breathing. Then he notices the wounds on her hand. She gets a little embarrassed and hides them, but he tells her she's really diligent. She replies, of course, she has to be. No one knows the burden of being part of the Nepalung family. People from this family need to be perfect all the time. They can't show weakness at any moment. Then she asks, do you know that I'm not? The best student this year isn't her. This was the first time she lost to someone, but he knew that. However, when she said this, she didn't seem sad. She gave a little smile and said that it was a relief for her. But she was also curious to know who defeated her. She really wanted to know who it was so she could crush that person next time. Gilmar, hearing this, almost vomited again and asked, do you really need to go that far? She replied that it was a matter of pride. She said she asked her grandfather, but he wouldn't tell her. She couldn't live as second place without knowing at least who first place was. Then she realized she was saying this to someone she didn't even know, and Geomar asked, then why are you telling me this? She said it was because he seemed weak. Don't show mercy to the strong, but be kind to the weak. That's the motto of her family. She also said that everyone in her class was really good, so she didn't have any friends. Geomar thought, so that's why the protagonist of the game hates her. Then she stretched and said she was going back to her room. She turned to leave but stopped and asked, so are you going to tell me your name or not? Geomar said he wasn't really interested. The next scene takes place the following day in class. Geomar thought that his school life had gotten a little calmer in the past few days. Chloe quickly made new friends in class, so he pretended to be busy and avoided looking directly at her. When Chloe's new friends found out that he was from special admission, they started teasing him, but he didn't care at all. Moreover, he wasn't the only special student in the class, and those people also avoided interacting with him too much. Now, thinking about it, being in a lower class was much better for him. This was exactly the point in the game's story where the Star and Dragon classes were forming alliances, or rather factions. Even though Jomar wasn't in either of those two classes, he felt lazy just thinking about it. He thought that, at least now, he was eating well. The principal gave him an unlimited card because he was the best student. This card was the college membership card. He hadn't been able to express his gratitude to the principal yet because he hadn't seen her since then. From that moment on, he started liking the principal a lot, thinking that he deserved it. After all, he was fulfilling all his duties as a student, and it wasn't really impacting the academy situation much. Now he just had to get through the next 3 years in the same way to get the future he wanted. In the next scene, during a lesson, the professor explains that 700 years ago, during the first war between humans and demons, the hero Joachim Baller, who felt the need to create heroes for future generations, founded an academy with his 7 disciples. The professor said that this topic would be on the exam, so it was better for them to familiarize themselves with it. Jomar thought that they knew this story somewhat. The hero and founder of the academy, Joachim Baller, fought against the demons for 20 years, battling the commander of the first demon army and the right hand of the demon king, Leek. He fought and emerged victorious in that battle. We then see a scene of 2 rays of light crossing, and it's said that in that battle, Joachim lost one of his arms and couldn't participate in the battle against the demon anymore. The entire place was filled with screams and blood because of the uncertain victory over the demons. After that, the humans and demons reached a truce in the middle of the first war, and the hero Joachim founded the academy to take care of future generations. The professor explained that this first war between humans and demons led to the establishment of a non-aggression treaty between the two sides, which resulted in 700 years of peace. The students were wondering if there would be a war in the 20th century, but no one was really concerned about that. Jumor thought about those 700 years of peace, but he was the only one who knew that the first crack in that peaceful treaty wasn't far away. It was natural that everyone was used to this serenity. In the next scene, we see him talking to Medea. He would really like to tell her what would happen, but he wasn't sure of the consequences. Even though she didn't hide the fact that she wanted to leave the school's administration as soon as possible, Jomar explained that she was the first to sense the abnormality because of her blessing, the poet's blessing. She was also the first of the 7 heroes who put herself at risk to protect the students. Jomar mentioned that he didn't play much of the game, but he had seen a spoiler of the story. She was the first heroine to be sacrificed by the Demon King, so he faced her death in the game. Now, in the present, he wondered if he should tell her or not. Back to the present, the professor says that's all for today and that they should study hard for the exam. Then we see a commotion happening in the front, with people gathering around, and Jomar wonders what's going on. Suddenly, he realizes what day it is. It's the day that person is coming to the class, Jomar thinks. If my memory isn't failing me, May 5th is the day he arrives, the main character of this world, Lon van Heinhart, and soon the 700 years of peace will come to an end. They're about to get crushed, and the protagonist thinks that the face of this bastard really is a curse. Why do all the girls fall in love with him? If this were an adult game, someone would have definitely killed Leon by now, but the protagonist keeps thinking positive thoughts. He thinks that even the main female characters in the game were made for Leon. Rachel Demira, the Saint of the Spear. Sacrioso, the daughter of the archery master. And of course Abel von Nebelong, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. All of them are part of the protagonist's group. It's kind of annoying, but Leon is the protagonist of this game, so everything is going to revolve around him from now on. The protagonist thinks that being near this guy in the same academy feels like involuntary enlistment, and this would be the second time he's been drafted, apparently. Jomai, the protagonist, thinks that even Joaquin could only seal the first commander of hell. So just how strong is the Demon King? The protagonist isn't going to lose, right? That would be insane. Then suddenly, Leon glances at him and gives a little smile. He's caught off guard but says, it's fine, this is just a game. The protagonist will handle everything. It's not my problem, he thinks. Still, he admits that Leon's face is really convincing, almost inspiring. He almost got convinced to fight demons right there. Then, suddenly someone calls out to him. In the next scene, it's night at the training grounds, and we see the protagonist training with a longer sword. He realizes it worked. A very long sword doesn't activate his blessing because it's still too weak. At least he needs to learn the basics of swordsmanship, right? Then we get a flashback. The person calling him earlier was Chloe. She asks if she did something wrong to him. He really wants to say that she almost chopped his head off, but he doesn't want to bring that up now. He simply says that nothing happened. He's just busy. She's relieved. Meanwhile, Jomai is thinking, who is this girl? Even unconscious, her sword almost went straight through him. She seems to have a killer instinct. Her murderous aura is massive. He thinks she's definitely more dangerous than those thugs from earlier. Then she asks if he's doing anything that night and if he wants to have dinner together again. She says she really wants to take care of him. She means cook for him. She's not that good, but she wants to try, just for him. The protagonist thinks, dinner, huh? He remembers how she almost killed him last time, but her eyes were so cute, pleading and desperate for him to say yes. He thinks he might even feel bad if he turns her down, but he also thinks that if he accepts, he might wake up in a freezer the next morning. So he says, hey Chloe, instead of dinner, could you do me a favor? He says there's something only she can help him with. She thinks, only me? What could that be? He asks her to teach him swordsmanship. In the present, he thinks that he really needed a teacher for this anyway, and this is a great excuse. After all, Chloe is really powerful. He also remembers that the night before he watched a video called How to Survive a Yandere. Let's see if it works. She shows up all nicely dressed, asking if he had already arrived. The protagonist hadn't even noticed she was already there. She says she came at 6:30 and he says, wait, weren't we supposed to meet at 8? He starts looking at her and she gets a little shy, asking if she looks weird in those clothes. He says, no, of course not. But the protagonist is thinking about something he hadn't noticed before because of her uniform. She has a lot of muscle under that outfit. He thinks, she looks really cute today. Then he hands her a wooden sword. She asks, wait, we're not using real swords? Jomot thinks, what do you mean she expected real swords for training? He says, we're just training, calm down, no need for real swords. She gets a bit flustered and then says, in a very awkward way, that he's really nice. The protagonist starts prepping himself with lessons from the Yandere survival guide. When she swings the sword to test it, a huge gust of wind bursts out. The protagonist wonders just how strong she really is. Even Artemo seems weak compared to her. He thinks he's really weak, but at least his blessing didn't activate. He opens the system just to check again, and yep, the sword's length is still too much for his current skill level. His ability doesn't support that type of blade yet. Still, he analyzes it and wonders, are blessings always like this? Everyone else gains experience and levels up their blessing, but his seems to have additional effects. Is that normal? He thinks he'll have to figure it out later. Chloe looks a little worried seeing him so deep in thought. He apologizes. He thinks only he can see the system window, so he looks like a weirdo when he opens it and stares at nothing. He then politely asks Chloe to go easy on him because it's his first time training. She agrees, saying she'll take it slow. He asks if they can finally begin training, and he thinks, in his past life, everything Jamar learned came through practical experience. Seeing is believing. To truly master something, you can't just give a little of yourself. You have to be willing to sacrifice everything for it. That's the reason why Jamar adapted so well to the academy. It was because of that training. As Chloe gets ready, he thinks that this mindset has been with him since his youth. He notices that his palm is sweating, and his stance feels a bit awkward, but the final strike must always hit the opponent. Suddenly, Chloe charges at him without any warning. He thinks she came at him way too quickly. She almost hit his neck, but he manages to dodge with great difficulty. He remembers that she said she would go easy on him. When she changes her grip, the protagonist can barely lift his sword to defend himself, but he thinks he's finally got the right stance. However, Chloe has already jumped and is on top of him. He thinks she's still incredibly fast, but wonders why she backed off earlier. Their swords clash, but hers is so powerful that it cracks his training sword. She continues attacking him rapidly, again and again, and he thinks her strikes are incredibly heavy. He's almost at his limit trying to block everything. He needs an opening, an opportunity for a counterattack. But then his sword is simply split in two. Chloe seems to come back to her senses and apologizes. She tried to be as gentle as she could, but she still broke his sword. The protagonist remains still, and she wonders what's going on with him until she notices something and is shocked. Because the sword broke, meaning it became shorter, the blessing of the god of the sword activated. The system notifies that his sword has been damaged and that Jamar's level of humanity is decreasing. He activates the blessing of the god of the sword, and the system warns that what's happening is due to an error. The strength suppressor has ended up adjusting the target's personality, in this case, Jamar. Suddenly, we see a kind of simulation of his past life. He wonders, I'm back in the kitchen, and sees a fish on the cutting board waiting for him. He needs to choose what to cut it with. A cleaver? No, it's not appropriate. It triggers an error. A katana? Definitely not. He's not cutting a fish with a katana. He finds the perfect tool. A sashimi knife. He thinks it's weird, but okay, he'll cut the fish. He just needs to let everything flow as it should. We see him moving like a puppet, doing everything exactly as it should be done. Then the system notifies the protagonist's personality has been changed to evil. Chloe asks if he's okay, but he moves like a zombie until he suddenly charges at her with incredible speed. She manages to block, but the strike is so heavy that it knocks her back. The protagonist throws her across the field. She crashes into a wall, coughing up blood, and says that he's completely different from before. When he tries to stab her, she narrowly dodges. Jamar is completely out of control. Chloe realizes that just one hit from him has left her nearly unable to move. She wonders what happened to him. She doesn't know why he suddenly became like this, but the training needs to end. She pleads with him to stop, but she doesn't realize that he's no longer listening. He charges again. She thinks she won't be able to dodge this one and keeps calling out, begging him to come to his senses. Just as he's about to strike, she screams his name, and he returns to that simulation. He wonders, what's going on? Is the fish I'm trying to cut alive? The fish represents Chloe, who is shouting his name. He wonders, why is the fish yelling Jamar? Then he looks at the reflection in the knife and thinks, that's right, I am Kang Gamar. He questions where he is until he sees Chloe begging him to stop. The protagonist throws his sword aside before striking her. She realizes that he's finally regained his senses and says it's best to stop for today. She asks if he's okay. He simply thanks her for the training and walks away. In the next scene, a bit later, we see Chloe walking alone, wondering what happened back there. It was the same feeling she got when he killed those two brothers during the entrance ceremony. Those are Junar's real capabilities. He's unusually powerful. She knows that what he used wasn't a technique, it was pure instinct. Even if he activated his blessing unconsciously, she couldn't even fight back. He simply overwhelmed her with half of a wooden sword. She thinks she knew she was strong, but not that strong. Then someone calls out to her saying she seems happy today. His name is Nox Aditori from the Aditori family, the same as hers. He's in the second year from the Tiger class. She recognizes him as her older brother. He asks if she entered the academy just to hang around with commoners, but she asks him not to speak that way about Geomar. So his name is Jamar, huh? Then he'll keep an eye on this Jamar guy, Nox says. But she simply turns around and replies that if everyone from the Aditori family were to come, no one would be able to kill Jamar. Nox is left wondering as she walks away, repeating to himself, Jamar, huh? In the next scene, inside Jamar's mind, he reflects that he needs to clarify a few things. The power given to him is far from a blessing. It feels more like a curse. He simply can't trust the blessing of the god of the sword. So he searched for new weapons. Even so, this power chased him down and took control of his body, as if the god of the sword thought all his efforts were a joke. He didn't feel pain during that moment. He felt pleasure, a corrupted, intoxicating pleasure. That blessing was toying with him like a puppet on strings, whispering sweet words in his ear. Cut, kill, destroy. He gave up control over and over, finally brought him back. Her voice made him recognize himself again as Jomar. With her shout, the fragmented world became whole once more. So he threw away that wooden sword, which felt as if it were fused to his flesh and bone, because instinctively he thought that was the best decision. The girl who tried to kill him moments ago, Chloe, was the same one who brought him back to consciousness. He was a little upset that the sword broke, but for once he truly felt gratitude. He left the training room quickly before the blessing could activate again. But will he really be able to control that blessing next time? This gift, which feels more like a curse, has already taken a part of his life as payment, a so-called gift that he will have to deal with for the rest of his life. He doesn't want this. He just wanted a normal life. He thought he could just take care of small problems as they came up, but now he realizes there is something inside him, something that consumes his sense and reason. It's not a blessing, it's a curse that wants to consume him entirely, a power that never should have been given. In the next scene, 3 days later, we see the wolf class. Chloe is talking to someone but seems downcast because she's wondering where Jomar is. She can't even contact him. She didn't get his number or anything. Why didn't she ask for it before? She even went to his dorm, knocked on the door, but he only responded with groans of pain. She was afraid he might hate her if she kept knocking, so she left. She likes to observe him from afar, especially when he's lost in thought, resting his chin in his hand. She doesn't even know how many times she secretly looked at him in a single day. She was always careful with her words around him so he wouldn't think she was annoying. At first, she was attracted to him because he risked his life for her, but maybe that was just an excuse to fall for him. Either way, she really misses him. The next morning is gloomy and overcast. We see the professor, clearly angry, yelling for everyone to shut up. He asks if they're all attending this prestigious school just to put on a performance. Since it's raining, they won't be training today and will stay indoors. Even the professor is worried about Jomar, who hasn't been showing up, but he thinks that, as his favorite student, Jomar must have a good reason for it. So like a good educator, he decides to wait patiently. Then, someone opens the door. The professor is furious, scolding whoever is late, but then he sees that it's Gamar. The professor is surprised. Gamar walks in with a lifeless gaze. He simply doesn't seem to have any spirit left in his eyes. Chloe stands up, concerned, asking if he's okay, but he simply apologizes to the professor for being late. The professor tells him it's fine and to just go sit in his place. The other students start whispering, wondering if he always had that kind of aura. For someone admitted under special conditions, he's incredibly intimidating. The room's atmosphere becomes tense and awkward. In the next scene, during lunch break, everyone is heading out to eat. Chloe approaches Jomar and asks if everything is okay, what happened to him, but he replies that it was nothing serious. She reminds him that he missed several days and she thought something might have happened. She asks if it was because of the duel they had. He says no, he was just a little sick and thanks her for her concern. She blushes, feeling relieved, and says if that's all it was, she's really glad. But the protagonist thinks to himself that she didn't believe that excuse, and she's right. He explains that over the past 3 days he went through something like extreme withdrawal symptoms. He was mentally exhausted. He couldn't even leave his room to eat. All he could do was lie in bed and pray for the convulsions to stop. He suffered through pain even worse than what he had endured from using a broken weapon, much worse. But that wasn't the only thing that happened. When he looked in the mirror, he seemed mostly the same, but his face was sunken, and some strands of his hair had turned white. That was the punishment of a god. Chloe seems to feel guilty about all of this. Well, considering everything that happened, it kind of makes sense, but it's better for him to leave it behind. Then the protagonist says, "So, what about that dinner you invited me to last time? Is that still on?" She gets all flustered, asking if it's true he really wants to have dinner with her. He says yes, he wants to try her cooking. She gets really excited, starts jumping, and says of course, she'll do her best. The protagonist thinks she seems to really enjoy this. She says she'll make whatever he wants to eat today and asks what he would like. He says he'd like to have fish again, though last time he vomited everything. Besides, fish is really expensive in this place. Suddenly, he feels something approaching. Both he and Chloe look up and see her brother Nox, radiating a murderous aura. The protagonist notices Chloe is completely shocked and asks her if she knows who that is. The two lock eyes and Jomar approaches him, saying that if Nox has something to say, he should just say it instead of staring. But Nox has a murderous look in his eyes. The protagonist thinks, what's with those eyes of his? Then Chloe steps in front of Jomar, telling him not to talk to that guy. She keeps asking why her brother even showed up. The protagonist notices her whole demeanor changes in her brother's presence. Her voice is trembling a bit. She seems scared of something. Nox asks Chloe if she really broke the family rule for this boy because he doesn't seem like much. She responds that whether she's from that family or not, she has nothing to do with them anymore. But he tells her there's no way to wash that blood off her hands. A Tori is always an Adatori. The protagonist starts wondering what kind of drama this is. What tragic story is unfolding right in front of him? It feels like she's a rebellious character from a Victorian novel, but Nox simply tells Chloe to stop being stupid and come back to the family. She suddenly yells very loudly, telling him not to talk like that about Jomar. The protagonist thinks she overdid it a bit. My God, maybe she could tone it down with the yelling? Then it suddenly hits him. Now diddery. He just remembered that. Specialized in infiltration and assassination, they're a shadow group that appears halfway through the game. From family to family, they are small in number but solely trained for assassination. Every member of the Adatori is ridiculously strong because they are trained from childhood. They are killing machines. So if Chloe is an Adatori, my God, what kind of situation has he gotten himself into? Suddenly, Nox's expression makes more sense. He has that cold, merciless assassin's look. It's not the expression of someone who hesitates to kill. The protagonist knows that Adatories only kill to maintain order. They don't just kill for no reason. It has to be justified. Then he notices Chloe acting strange. She's biting her lips. He thinks maybe she wants a normal life too, but just like his blessing, she has a curse that stops her from living the life she wants. She was destined for this emotionless life as an assassin. He thinks it's really unfortunate for her. He tells himself, I'm not a hero, I can't save her, or can I? He wonders why he's even here, but he decides he'll take the first step. After all, he's a good person. A person who can't save one life, can't save the world. So he steps forward and tells Chloe not to worry. He'll talk to Nox. Can he really save the life of just one girl? He knows his blessing is a curse, but even so, he's not going to run from it anymore. He tried to escape his blessing, but it didn't work. In stories, they always say there's no paradise for those who keep running from their problems. And it's true, he can't run from his own problems. He'll walk toward them. He'll take the first step now. His name is Jomar, which means demonic sword. He simply tells Nox to follow him because now he's going to cut him down. But he thinks to himself, for someone with that name, I sure am using a kitchen knife. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, the professor is wondering what happened to Jomar. His whole expression has changed. Then another teacher walks in and asks what's going on. He's thinking so hard it looks like he's going to go bald for good this time. He replies, "Please don't talk about my hair loss, okay?" Suddenly he receives an important call. Someone is informing him of something. The other teacher in the background is thinking he was already bald and just got that haircut, but it ended up looking kind of cute. The issue is that something is happening inside a subspace. The professor wonders who the hell requested a subspace out of nowhere, and they inform him that it was Geomar who requested it, his opponent, Nox Auditory. The professor is shocked by this. Then, before the fight begins in the subspace arena, Geomar is shown thinking 15 minutes before the battle. He thought this would be really complicated, but actually it turned out to be quite fast. Doing this just required being careful while doing it. He thinks he'll be fine since this isn't reality, it's a subspace, but he can still suffer mental damage. Still, he thinks it doesn't matter as long as he wins. He also thinks he can hear the audience waiting for the fight to begin. He didn't know the battle would be this exciting to watch. It's a bit ironic because Jomar never wanted to stand out, yet here he is. Now everything he did before feels meaningless. Meanwhile, Chloe is somewhere crying, saying, "Please, Jomar, don't do this." Jomar says, "Chloe, relax. It's all good," and he thinks she must be blaming herself for this. Jomar adds that she even lent him a knife. It's going to be fine, but then he goes silent for a moment and Chloe says that Nox is really powerful. Jomar replies that so is he, but Chloe insists that Nox is a genius with unmatched talent in the entire history of the Auditory family. When it comes to the art of darkness, no one is on his level. At 14, he was already considered a master. Jomar thinks, the peak of the art of darkness, who comes up with these names? But then he realizes it doesn't matter how much he tries to avoid this. This was the choice he made himself in the end. Just like his master once told him, he was destined to wield a blade for the rest of his life. Of course, his master probably didn't expect that he'd be using a sashimi knife in his reincarnation. Then, the narrator announces that the battle is about to begin, calling for the cadets to appear in the arena. Jomar says it's time. Chloe is a bit shy and clearly nervous, but Jomar calls out to her and says that the world is full of all kinds of geniuses. That's exactly why he is going to win. He walks toward the arena, drawn in by all the bright lights. As he enters, the crowd erupts in cheers. People shout that they believe in Jomar, saying they knew he wasn't a coward. Everyone is hyped for this duel. Jomar is clearly nervous. He feels like one of those Roman gladiators, like he's about to be devoured by a lion. But then he looks at the audience and realizes, wait a minute, the whole elite class is here too. These were the top students in the academy, and they were all there, including Belle, who was definitely watching him closely for better or worse. Jomar wonders if they don't have anything better to do. Now he's really embarrassed. Then Nox calls out to him, "You damn little peasant. Are you ready to deal with me now?" It's as if he doesn't see any difference between bravery and stupidity. How could someone walk into battle with a kitchen knife? Jomar truly feels Nox's murderous aura. This guy is no joke. But Jomar says a true master doesn't care about his equipment. Nox gets really pissed and says he's going to take care of this quickly, starting with cutting out Jomar's tongue. Jomar notices Nox's equipment and thinks he clearly puts a lot of faith in his gear too. It's just 2 katanas, nothing more, and he has one of the most powerful blessings in the game, the blessing of the crow. Jomar realizes Nox is holding back his killing intent and he knows how difficult that is to do. Nox is also using S-rank equipment, but the protagonist reminds himself he's prepared too. He's using a sashimi knife of completely unknown rank. The subspace barrier begins to form, signaling the start of the fight. As it rises, the narrator wishes that the hero be blessed. The protagonist activates Resistance Theodore and the blessing of the sword god. He charges in with a murderous glare. The crowd starts noticing something strange about the battle. People assumed Nox would go easy on him, but both of them are moving incredibly fast, exchanging blows with their blades. A girl says, "Wow, they're really agile." And Belle starts thinking, that weakling Jomar fights like this. Even with his power of darkness, Nox can't seem to break through the block of the sashimi knife. Then Nox starts to mold a dark aura around himself, but even so, he notices several cuts on the ground and thinks, let's see if Jomar can dodge this one. He activates his ability, Three-Legged Crow, and splits into 3 shadow clones. These clones strike simultaneously and land hits directly on Jomar. Nox believes it's over. But suddenly Gyomar emerges completely unscathed, so fast that he avoided all the strikes. Nox asks aloud, "How?" The crowd is amazed. They don't see this kind of thing every day. People start saying this freshman really has something special. Bell thinks only those with truly sharp eyes can see what's actually going on. So far, the only aggressive attacks have come from Nox. Jumar has only blocked or dodged. She wonders, does he even want to fight? At this moment, Nox is trembling with rage. He remembers Chloe warned him that this guy wasn't normal, even after using the blessing of the crow which he thought would annihilate Jomar. The guy dodged it like it was nothing. Nox realizes Jomar is focusing entirely on speed. Seeing how skilled he is, Nox knows he has to be careful now. He decides to go for a single lethal strike, powerful enough to cut off his head, but he still can't believe Jomar is only holding a kitchen knife. Just then, Jomar drops the knife Chloe gave him, and Nox asks if he's already given up. But then Jomar picks up his famous knife, the one still stained with blood. He takes a stance for battle and starts staring into Nox's soul. Nox asks, "What is this? Are you trying to provoke me?" He prepares another attack with his dual katanas and says he'll slice Jomar in half with a single blow. But at that moment, Jomar simply vanishes. He's that fast. By the time Nox realizes it, it's already too late. Jomar thinks that all he ever wanted was a comfortable life, but somewhere along the way, he lost his sense of purpose. Still, he's not the type to regret his actions. He's going to make one clean cut, just that. A second later, Nox is already missing his right arm, unable to comprehend how it even happened. Jomar had passed through him like a shadow. Everyone in the audience is completely stunned, even the strongest ones. Jomar thinks it's time to use everything. Blessings, curses, whatever comes his way. It's time to say goodbye to the peaceful life he once dreamed of. In the next instant, he starts slicing up Nox's entire body, saving the head for last. The subspace barrier collapses because the battle is already over. The only one left standing is Jomar, while Nox is on his knees. Jomar calmly puts his knife away, leaving the girls around completely terrified by what they just witnessed. Jomar barely reacts. The narrator announces the end of the duel and thinks, I probably should have expected this kind of outcome from her. Well, there's no going back now. Jomar reflects on the fact that he did all this with a fish-cutting knife, but he still sliced a person. He can feel it. His only comfort is that everyone he's cut was inside the subspace. It was just a simulation. He didn't cut a real person. Still, he thinks about Nox, who had been left in despair. Erfol admits that Nox truly was powerful. Just as Chloe had said, he had incredible experience and battle instincts. However, anyone could sense his bloodlust. His killing intent was practically leaking out. In the end, that overwhelming aura worked against him. The battle lasted only 26 seconds, and the winner was Kang Gilmar. After that, the whole school went wild. Everyone was yelling, asking what had just happened. Geomar thinks, damn it, now I'm popular. He says, well, there's nothing I can do now. This was the path he chose, and he'll endure it with resilience and courage. And of course, after that, the school was flooded with rumors and gossip. People were saying that Nox was from the Auditory family, a natural-born assassin. How could someone like him lose to that guy, a freshman? Meanwhile, Belle was also thinking about Jomar. No matter where she went, people were talking about him. She thought, yesterday was really shocking. When Nox's arm was severed, she could hardly believe her eyes. In that moment, she saw swordsmanship like nothing she'd ever seen. Using only kitchen knives, the idea that someone could win a battle with that kind of blade was hard to process. Then she remembered something that time when she sat next to Jomar and wondered who had beaten her, who had taken first place while staying anonymous. She remembered thinking that Jomar seemed weak, so there was no way it was him. But then she realizes it was Jomar. He was the #1 student. She thinks, now I'm sure of it. How frustrating. She admits to herself that he really is stronger than her. She stands up and says, this is unacceptable. Her friend asks, what's going on? Belle replies, sorry Rachel, did I wake you up? Rachel says it's nothing, but then asks, are you sure it's nothing? Belle says she's just a little anxious because she hasn't trained much in the last few days. But Rachel looks at her and says, with that look on your face, you're clearly hiding something. Just say it, maybe you're hungry. Belle says no. Rachel suggests maybe she forgot her gear at home. Belle says no again. Then she says maybe she just needs to go to the bathroom. Again, Belle says no. Then, Rachel goes, It must be that boy. At that moment, Belle trembles and turns completely red. Rachel exclaims, "No way, you're thinking about that boy, you've fallen for him. You're totally obsessed, you can't stop thinking about him." Rachel continues, "Who could this guy be that's taken up so much space in Belle's little heart?" She starts listing options. Could it be Leon, the handsome blonde guy? He is really cute, after all. Belle says no. Rachel notices that when she mentioned Leon, Belle didn't seem interested, so maybe it's Jomar, that special student. When Belle trembles again, Rachel goes, "Bingo, got it." Then she grabs Belle and starts pulling her out of the room. Belle asks, "Where are we going?" Rachel replies, "What do you mean? Where we're going to his class?" When they arrive at the tiger class, Rachel says, "One moment, please." The students are shocked. What are they doing here? These were top-ranked students walking through like royalty. All that was missing was a red carpet rolled out in front of them. Rachel climbs onto a desk and shouts, "Where's the black-haired boy?" Then she starts looking around, scanning the room to find him. She's at his desk, but Rachel says, "I'm not hot enough to be climbing up on desks." That makes Belle incredibly embarrassed, for the love of God. Then Rachel says she found the guy, but he's sitting next to a girl. Is that his girlfriend? It was Chloe, all cuddled up with Jumro. Rachel thinks it doesn't matter and starts walking toward them, thinking this is going to be fun. Chloe, who had been happily smiling a moment ago, now has a face like thunder. As Rachel approaches, both Belle and Chloe get visibly nervous. Rachel sits down and says, "Oops, sorry, did I wake you up?" She's clearly flirting. Then she asks, "Your name is Kang Gilmar, right?" She says they've met before. Well, she was in the audience during his match yesterday. She tells him he's much cuter up close. Gilmar thinks his instincts are screaming for him to run. Who is this girl? Chloe is wondering the same thing and grabs Rachel's hand to pull her away from Gilmar. Chloe is staring at Rachel like she's ready to kill her, like she'd stab her in the throat with a box cutter right then and there. Rachel is just standing there like, huh? And Jomar starts thinking, so this is what my instincts were warning me about. Chloe doesn't look okay. She had pulled out a box cutter. Jomar thinks that if a knife fight starts here, it's not going to end well. But he's seen this kind of setup in the game before. Then Ebel steps in and stops Rachel, asking what she's doing. This isn't even her class. Rachel says she just came by to say hi. She starts petting Chloe's head and tells her not to interrupt while adults are talking, also saying it's not safe to play with sharp objects. When Rachel turns back to talk to Jomar, Chloe suddenly slashes with her box cutter and it even looks like blood spurted out, but it was just some strawberry juice from a guy's drink that exploded at that exact moment. Rachel easily grabs Chloe's arm and says she's really slow, like a child. A kid is still a kid. Ebel tells Rachel to let go of her. When she does, she tosses Chloe across the room, but Chloe lands on her feet thanks to her skills. Meanwhile, the guys are all like, "Yay, girl fight." Jumar, on the other hand, is just thinking, "Oh my god." It's explained that Rachel is part of the Spear Saint clan, whose motto is skills are useless in the face of overwhelming strength. In other words, they value brute strength above all else. That's Rachel of Myra. She asks Jumar if that kid is his girlfriend. Jumar says, "Not really," but then thinks maybe that came off a bit cold. Still, it's the truth. So he corrects himself and says, "She's my friend." Jumar then wonders, how the hell did I even end up in this situation? Especially since Abel is also here, and he hadn't even noticed her until now. He asks why the two of them came looking for him. Rachel says that Belle seems to have an interest in him and wanted to see his pretty face. Belle, all flustered, says she never said that. Rachel dragged her here, but Rachel replies, "And yet you still kept following me, didn't you?" Belle gets even more nervous when she hears the other students murmuring. She shouts, "This is all just a huge misunderstanding. I didn't want to come here." Jumar thinks, "Then why don't you just leave?" And June says exactly that. "If you've got nothing to do here, get out of the room." Both Rachel and Belle are shocked by his words. Rachel says, "He's a really interesting guy. I like interesting people." Jumar replies, "Wow, what a relief to hear that. I'm far from interesting." Rachel insists, "Oh, don't say that. Don't you want to come chill and watch a little Netflix in my dorm?" But then Chloe yells loudly, "Get away from my Juma." Rachel smirks and says, "Your Juma?" Then Abel finally snaps and yells, "Rachel." Rachel responds, all right, I'll get away from your Jamar." And Jamar mutters, "Please, just go already." Rachel says, "You're so cold," and waves goodbye. Bye. Jomar thinks, just please leave, for fuck's sake. Then he smacks his head down on the desk to go back to sleep. Abel glances back at him one last time before leaving the room. The classroom falls into a deep silence. Later, in the girls' class, Rachel is thinking, it's one thing to be cold, but those empty eyes of his, it looks like something inside that boy has died. He exceeded her expectations. She thinks he's definitely far above any normal student in this school. She had only gone there to mess with him, but she ended up realizing something important. In her clan, relationships and engagements are only allowed with warriors of great strength. She thinks that Jomar might be a precious resource. It's only natural that even the great Empress Chloe would be drawn to him. Rachel passes by and apologizes to Miss Bell. Bell tells her she should be apologizing to the students of the Tiger class instead, but Rachel says it's not about that, it's about Jomar, and she declares, I'm not going to share him. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Nox is absolutely furious, thinking only about killing that bastard Jomar. He reflects on how this body of his, this genius body from the Auditory family, had never known defeat. He wonders if he should just kill Jomar while he sleeps. But then he remembers that look in Jomar's eyes. He gets even angrier, pushing aside anyone in his way. He thinks about mobilizing the entire Raditory clan just to cut off that bastard's head. After killing him, he'll take Chloe back. Maybe Chloe has potential just as good as his, or even greater. If she stays by that guy's side, she'll waste her potential. But he believes that with the power of his house, he'll definitely show him. But when he opens the door to his room, he's completely shocked. Jomar is there, eating an apple, and says, well, look who just walked in. Later in class, Chloe is clearly shaken. Jomar thinks she must be really mad about what happened. Chloe is thinking about killing anyone who gets close to Jomar. Then he calls out to her, hey, are you okay? She softens up and asks if he needs anything. Jomar then asks, what is Nox doing right now? Chloe hesitates a little but says that Nox is in the medical wing. Jomar says, but no one gets injured in the subspace, right? Chloe says she hasn't visited him yet, but apparently, Nox checked himself into the infirmary. Still, she tells Jomar not to worry too much about it. Jomar thinks, I really did slice him up, but not enough to traumatize him. He must be planning something. Then with his usual charm, Jomar puts his hand on Chloe's head and asks, what's Nox's room number? In the present, Nox sees Jomar and says, what are you doing here? Jomar replies, can I eat this apple? You don't mind, right? Nox thinks, he's already eating it. Jomar comments, looks like the auditory are really loaded. A room like this just for you? That's no joke. Nox asks how he got here. As Nox reaches for a knife, just a fruit knife, he wonders, is he going to finish me off here? But Jomar just uses the knife to peel the apple. Nox wonders how he peels it so perfectly. Jomar places the flawlessly peeled apple on the table and says it's good for Nox to eat some fruit. Nox thinks, how does this guy dare come here like this? Then Nox reveals a hidden blade, thinking he'll kill Jomar right here. But Jomar says, oh, and if you're thinking of revenge, I'll devour the entire turry. Did you hear me? Nox is so shocked that he slams the door in fear. At that moment, the apple, perfectly peeled, is sliced into many tiny symmetrical pieces. Walking out of the infirmary, Jomar starts reflecting. Nox is now nothing more than a small candle that could be blown out at any moment. His will was completely broken by Jomar. He thinks, looks like my intimidation really worked. But he knows the Auditory are a terrifying group of assassins in this world. He could never take on the entire clan with just 30 seconds of his blessing. He thinks everything I can do is limited to 30 seconds. That's the worst case scenario. He'd need to kill as many as possible within that time. Looking up at the moon, he feels like he's in the eye of a tornado, like he's being used for something. Jomar says, well, I'm just as insane as the world around me, huh? Since Nox is no longer an obstacle, Jomar now has a bigger problem to deal with. The girl he most wants to avoid, Rachel. In the game, she's the one who approaches the protagonist first. She ends up getting attacked by Abel, but Jomar thinks he still has a little time to figure things out. He really needs to pass that test. He thinks, a reward is a reward. I need that weapon. Murazami, the sword that lets me fight for more than 30 seconds. He sees the test date is approaching. It's a test to subjugate a demonic monster in a group of 5 people, regardless of their class. The school does this to emphasize teamwork, though individual prowess still matters. Being loyal to your teammates counts for a lot in this test, even if it's a little random. It's not too hard to form a group. He might even be carried by them. The demonic creature in the test is a merman, a D-rank demon beast. In the game, it looked really gross. But now, seeing one face to face, he's worked with fish all his life. It's not that bad. Now, if it were mermaids, that would be different, because they are much stronger. He thinks mermaids aren't even considered monsters. They're demonic humans. Compared to demonic humans, regular monsters are like puppies. Fortunately, they don't have to face any mermaids this time. That means the students won't have to deal with demonic humans for now. He says, well, it's really been a month since I've been here. This night feels pretty peaceful. Then he reflects. It's been 700 years since humans and demons made a pact. But just like in human history, peace doesn't mean no wars. There have been many battles, both big and small, in this world too. For example, Vasid, about half a century ago, he was a commander of the 6th Legion. He claimed he was going to restore the commander of the 1st Legion and crossed the Mystic Air Line. Crossing that line, he wanted to bring back General Luck. At that time, the ones who fought against him were Sieg and Medea. After an entire week of very bloody battles, humanity won, and the 7 greatest heroes of the nation were born. But of course, there were sacrifices. Still, neither faction, humans nor demons, wanted to escalate things any further. While playing the game, the protagonist asks, wait a minute, this guy was named the strongest human just for defeating the commander of the 6th Legion? But since then, peace has continued. Jomar wonders, if this is peace, then the more he thinks about the commander of the 1st Legion who is sealed, not dead, the more anxious he becomes. In 3 years, the 2nd Human Demonic War is going to begin, and the Demon King will be part of that war. But thinking about it, it won't change anything, so he has to focus on the mid-year exams. Thinking too far ahead won't help at all. Still, it's really frustrating. He needs to find a team, but he doesn't have many friends. He thinks that currently he's not the most famous student at the academy, and maybe he can use that to his advantage when forming a team. He realizes that living under the radar for 3 years is impossible, but it's still a good idea to form a strong group for the mid-year exam. He can't live a peaceful life, but maybe he can live a life that's not too peaceful yet still comfortable. He changes his goal. However, the next day in class, even with so many people around, no one invites him to join their group. He thinks this is bad. Maybe it's because he sliced poor Nox into pieces. He realizes that he lacked moderation during the fight and ended up scaring everyone. He thinks Chloe is just like him, also considered an outsider in this place. So Jamar asks her, hey, you don't have a group either. She says she's alone. Jamar asks if she's okay. He's used to it, but she has friends, doesn't she? She says it's all right. Jomar invites her to join his group, but they still need to find 3 more people. Chloe says that sounds great. Jomar thinks she looked really happy to hear that, and he reflects that, considering he only has 30 seconds of real combat ability, having Chloe by his side is like having an entire army. Then suddenly someone bursts in, yelling and breaking things. It's Rachel, who obviously wanted to team up with him. Jomar thinks, crap, what is she doing here again? But Rachel says something like, Chloe was already pulling her blade to finish Rachel off, and Jomar tells her to stop. He's not in the mood today. Rachel asks, why is my little Jamazinho so grumpy? He tells her to stop calling him that. She says she can't hear him, throws herself face first onto the table and says, oh my god, I fell. Then she asks if he already has a group. Jomar thinks she's really not listening, but he tells her no, he doesn't. She says she's lucky, so why don't they team up? She even places her hand under his chin, but he pushes it away and asks, why me, There are so many people who would join your group. Why me? She replies that no one is fun at this school, but she finds him very entertaining. Jomar says he's already in a team with Chloe. Rachel says that's fine. There are still 2 spots left. Jomar thinks Rachel doesn't realize that this might affect her grades. Then he glances at Chloe, who nods in confirmation. Jomar agrees and says he'll be under her command. Rachel says, well, look at that, no backing out now, okay? Jomar asks who the other team members are. Rachel asks if he knows Leon, and he thinks, son of a bitch. He gets really annoyed because Leon is the protagonist of the game. He wonders, what crime did I commit in my past life? What sin am I paying for? The only thing he ever did was cut fish for 30 years with a knife. He thinks it's so unlikely that he's getting involved with people like this, the major heroines of the game, but in the end he doesn't care because Leon is the real protagonist of this story. He has no idea what's going to happen in the future, but he knows it's all going to be Leon's fault in one way or another. Now he can't switch groups anymore. Rachel has trapped him for the first time in his life. He feels like cutting a girl into pieces. Then Chloe approaches, giving him a deadly look and asks, what happened? She says that ever since the blonde girl left the room, he hasn't seemed right. He tells her he's just overthinking, nothing to worry about. She asks if he would really like to take the exam with them, even though they're just cadets. But Chloe says she's sure there's no one in this class stronger than him. He thanks her for the compliment. Jumar reflects that it was he who asked Chloe to form a team, so she needs to be aware of every decision made in this group. He thinks this situation turned out to be a good thing. He shouldn't be so pessimistic. He asks Chloe, where and when are we going to meet again to form the rest of the group? Chloe says that Rachel said it would be in the building. They meet at the main cafe. Juan asks, it's almost time, want to head over? So they go to the main building, which was quite fancy. Chloe was mashing avocado smoothie and Juan wonders, this frozen green soup cost 50,000, what the hell kind of price is that? He starts choking immediately and says, yeah, Starbucks is really great. He thinks he has to control himself because he's an adult. He realizes that the only drink under 10,000 was the espresso he's drinking, and it tastes like crap. Since the university card doesn't work in that place, he decides he won't be coming often. Then he gets a notification. It's a message from Rachel. Jomar lets her know he's already at the meeting spot. Rachel shows up with Leon and apologizes for being late, asking if they waited long. Jomar gives Leon a long look and notices the other person in the group, a boy with orange hair tied up in a Japanese-style bun. Jomar thinks this guy's a delinquent. But then Leon walks up, shakes Jomar's hand, and introduces himself. Jomar does the same. Leon says he was impressed by what Jomar did a few days ago and feels safe knowing Jomar is part of the team. Jomar thinks, this guy is really elegant. Of course he's the main character. Then everyone sits down to drink their smoothies. The protagonist sticks with his crappy 10,001 coffee. Leon introduces himself first, Leon Van Henhar, leader of the group and student of the star class. He somehow ended up as the leader but says he's looking forward to working with everyone. Jomar thinks, holy shit, this guy. When it's Rachel's turn, she says everyone already knows her, so they can move on. The next guy introduces himself as Speed Weapon, a student from the star class. He says he loves heroes. Jomar asks, what kind of introduction is that? It completely broke the stereotype Jomar had of him being a delinquent. Then Chloe introduces herself, an auditor from the Wolf class. She says she's here thanks to Jomar. Rachel asks if she means she was invited by Jomar. Chloe hesitates but controls herself and says yes, that it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Rachel is surprised that she stayed calm this time. Jomar introduces himself saying he's from the same class as Chloe, simple, direct, and easy. He feels a bit awkward since he's an adult, but then Leon pulls out a laptop and says it's time to start the meeting. A holographic projection comes from the laptop and Leon explains that during lunch the instructor from his class gave out files to group leaders. This is the map showing the exam location, Escapole Island. They'll be teleported to that space, which is a sub-dimension created by a gate. However, the island itself is real, so they can be injured by demonic creatures there. Leon zooms in on the map and says their assigned area is the northeastern coast of the island. 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting merfolk on the island. There's a limited number of creatures, so they have to hunt as many as they can. That's the goal of the exam. Leon asks if there are any questions. Speed Weapon asks if there are mermaids in the water near the island and whether that's dangerous for him. Leon reassures him that the academy will handle it. Chloe asks if teams from the same coast can ambush each other. Both Jomar and Rachel look at her in shock. Leon replies that the exam's goal is to exterminate the demonic creatures, so conflict between groups will likely get them disqualified. Jomar thinks that Leon doesn't realize he's dealing with an assassin. Leon says that's it for today. They'll need to prepare well. There will be another positioning meeting tomorrow. Rachel suggests they go eat. But Chamar, having stayed seated, ends up alone with Lian. He finds it awkward and wants to leave quickly, but as he stands up, Lian says, "Excuse me," and asks where Chamar came from to begin with. They stare at each other for a moment. Jalmar asks what he means, but in his head he thinks he's heard this question before. Still, Lian's tone is completely different. Jalmar thinks he can't figure out what Lian is really asking. Was it literally where he was born? If that were the case, wouldn't he have asked in front of everyone? Leon apologizes for the weird question out of nowhere. Then he says that maybe Jalmar is similar to him. Jalmar asks what he means by similar. He thinks that, well, since the game is Korean, the base language is Korean, but that doesn't mean other cultures don't exist. Just from the name, it's clear that Jalmar is Korean. Leon says, "Never mind, pretend you didn't hear anything." Then he walks off, but Jalmar stops him and asks back, "Where are you from?" Jalmar thinks, "Crap, I grabbed his shoulder by instinct." Leon answers, "Germany," then he walks away. Giomar thinks, what the hell was that guy on about, and wonders if he's just being paranoid about all this. At that moment when he heard that question, "Where did you come from?" felt as if Leon was implying that Jalmar came from another world, an intruder who shouldn't be here, but maybe it was just paranoia in his own head. Still, Jalmar thought that, as the protagonist of the game, Leon might be able to sense things like that, right? And with a knife right in front of him, he thought, while the blessing of the sword god is active, his senses would also strangely be greatly heightened. So he decided to test it. He activated his blessing and suddenly a phrase appeared in his mind. Leon's existence is from this world. Giomar thought, here we go again. He activated his blessing, focused, and heard that same voice. He thought that voice gave him a headache that went beyond the blessing and pain itself. He also considered that the Leon he met today was undoubtedly the same Leon from the game. No one else could replicate him so perfectly. He wondered if Leon really wanted to know what country he was from. Still, he said the two were similar. Jomar thought he should check Wikipedia, but there was nothing about Leon in this world. He sighed and said, well, I guess I have to get involved with Leon now. If anything happens, he could ask Medea for help, and Medea was eager to meet the protagonist again. But he thought he had to think carefully. It was strange that he stayed calm in this kind of situation. Then he checked the system to see all his blessings. He thought he was making slow progress, but progress nonetheless. His mental strength and weaponry remained the same, but his physical strength and endurance increased thanks to the training he had done. He thought his weaponry would only increase once he acquired the Murazami. He also thought his assimilation level had risen a lot, and it seemed like something was about to unlock soon. Maybe it was related to all the fights he had participated in. He had dueled with both brothers and sisters, including Zeditor. He found it very frustrating not knowing much about his own body and powers. Then at that exact moment when he was thinking about this, the system showed a new message. You have reached a certain level of blessing activations. Adjustments will be made. He was very confused and surprised. His pain blessing duration increased from 30 to 40 seconds, and he was impressed. That was great. The system said his effort had paid off, and Jalmar thought that was wonderful. Days passed, 4 days until the exam, then 3, 2. On the day before the exam, during training, he was extremely fast. So much so that he managed to cut a drop of his own sweat. He was happy with the result. Finally, the day of the exam arrived. They all stood in front of the subspace gate, and he thought it was a completely different feeling from the training subspace. His group called for him, all ready. Rachel, positioned as the main damage dealer at the front of the team, said, finally, Gyamar, you're punctual. You're late today. Leon, the leader in the middle of the team, said, let's go, Gyamar. Speed Weapon, the support, stayed near the back. Chloe, the secondary damage dealer, stood in second position, and Gyamar was in the rear guard. He apologized for being a bit late, but then noticed everyone's equipment. Rachel had a rank S weapon, as did Leon. Speed Weapon had a flute. Curious, Jalmar asked what he was looking at. Rachel whispered that Speed Weapon's equipment was actually rank S and was used for healing and support. It was explained that it was a rank S healing weapon, ridiculously difficult to obtain even if you spent all your money in the game. Its appearance also contributed to its rarity. Giomar took a closer look and said, impressive. Speed Weapon replied, get away from me. Then the Academy announced that the first intermediate exam of the year 2034 would begin now. The professor said everyone seemed well prepared. Some looked familiar with the rules, but those who didn't should remember at this moment they are not heroes, just cadets. Don't risk your lives for extra credit, okay? And if you get badly injured, you can contact the institution anytime. Lian said it seemed almost time and told everyone to prepare and not be nervous. Just do their best, Jomar thought. Finally, it started, but Chloe seemed a bit bothered by something. Jomar asked if she was okay. Chloe said, well, I know getting anxious is normal, but I remembered there are many mermaids on that island. Jomar said the instructors checked everything, so there was nothing to worry about. He thought that in Cilicia, where Chloe came from, mermaids were often seen and caused a lot of damage. Although nowadays they were rarely seen outside dungeons, the rumors still lingering meant conditions weren't fully confirmed. The professor ordered everyone to enter, as the subspace was now activating. Jomar gave Chloe a little nudge and told her to go. Chloe was feeling a little embarrassed. Chloe thought it was true. She wouldn't worry because Jomar was with her. She believed everything would be fine, but then darkness came and Jomar was calling her. Suddenly she woke up. It seemed she had fainted for a moment. She wondered what had happened and why she lost concentration. It seemed there was an error at the gate. People were calling for an instructor, asking what was going on. It seemed someone was seriously injured. At that moment, everyone came face to face with a mermaid. It was shown that before the mermaid appeared, everyone was vomiting and dizzy, but Jongri was feeling fine. Leon asked how he was doing so well, and Jongri said he usually didn't get very dizzy or nauseous. Then a merman appeared. Jomar thought, wait, there's already one here? They looked much smaller than he expected. He felt pretty stupid carrying a sashimi knife to hunt mermen. Besides, he was the rear guard of the team. Blue whispered to Jomar that they would find adult mermen when they reached their location. The one that passed them didn't give any points, so they headed in the direction Chloe was investigating. As they passed through the forest, Leon said, careful, it seems this is the spot. Suddenly, Chloe appeared out of nowhere and fell right in front of them. Jomar asked if she had really been walking on the trees, and she said yes, it was more discreet. Leon asked what she had managed to recognize. She said there was a cave 500 meters ahead. Later, they went there, and inside the cave there were several mermen gathered around just one campfire. Rachel said there were about 50 or maybe 60 of them. Jomar thought it was definitely tempting. If they defeated so many mermen at once, they would surely get first place. However, security had to be considered. If something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to contact the instructor due to lack of internet. Would they play it safe, or go for high risk and high reward? That was something Leon had to decide. He remembered some meetings where they said Chloe would be the slayer and Speed Weapon could heal everyone. Jomar was impressed that Speed Weapon was a healer, but he thought saving others was the hero's principle. However, Leon was trying to assign roles for Jomar. He would stay in the rear for surprise attacks from enemies, lead everyone from the center, and of course handle all decision-making. Rachel asked, what am I supposed to do? Leon snapped back, Rachel, you go first. She grabbed her spear, imbued it with power, and threw it right into the cave, breaking the campfire. When the merman suddenly turned around, she was already charging to crush them with her fists. She recovered her spear and started the massacre. Lan had said at the meeting that Rachel would destroy everything in her path, and it seemed she knew how to do that. Speed Weapon activated his artifact to bless everyone, but the creatures hated the noise from the flute. Actually, they were running away from Rachel, who was killing them non-stop. Rachel thanked him for the blessing and counted 25 kills. Everyone was impressed. Then Chloe activated her blessing, the feline blessing, and with just one cut she killed 8 mermen. When 2 more tried to ambush her, she sliced them into sashimi. They were both going in the same direction, killing the creatures. Jomar thought, wait, they aren't stopping at this pace. They're going to bump into each other. Wait, is that on purpose? It seemed the two didn't care if they collided. Then, a large merman, very different and stronger than the others, came to bite them, but they didn't care at all. Instead of attacking each other, they turned their attacks on the creature. Rachel said, she's pretty fast, huh? Chloe replied, that's the one I killed. Rachel said, yeah, right. Chloe called her Blondie Odonto, and Jomar felt relieved. He thought the worst was going to happen. Leon was killing some other merman who appeared, and he said Jomar seemed worried about those two. Jomar admitted he was, but in the end he worried for nothing. They killed all 60 mermen there, and Leon told Jomar they should trust their teammates. Since they finished, they decided to leave. Jiangmar thought Lian was really a great leader, incontestably the heart of the team. He thought he would try to talk to Lian later just out of curiosity to know what he said earlier. But at that moment, an attack came from behind and pierced Lian. Everyone was shocked. No one had noticed until Jiangmar looked back. Among the merman corpses was a mermaid, an inhuman demon. Rachel asked, "Why the hell is there a mermaid here?" Speed Weapon said, "This must be a dream." Jiangmar thought he knew something was wrong. What were they going to do? Fight or... Everyone is running and he doesn't know the best thing to do in this situation. Rachel tells him to contact an instructor quickly, saying a mermaid has appeared. Speedy Weapon says he's not able to, and the protagonist thinks that communication has been cut off inside this place. Gamar seems to be the only one not panicking at the moment. He tells Rachel to take care of the mermen who are approaching, and Speedy Weapon has to do everything he can to heal Lian. At that moment, Chloe snaps out of the trance she was in and Jiangmar tells her to run out of here, since she's the fastest, and to contact an instructor before more mermen show up. She hesitates a bit, but then agrees and runs off very quickly. Rachel asks what he's going to do now, what he has in mind, but Jiangmar starts walking toward the mermaid. They ask what he's doing and Jiangmar says he'll leave the merman to them. Everyone thinks he's crazy for facing a mermaid alone, but Gamar thinks he's never liked the taste of small fish. Now he's going to savor the big one. That's his specialty. It's explained that demons can use something similar to blessings. This is magic. For comparison, the game's protagonist was defeated with just one attack from the mermaid. That's the difference between humans and demons. Jiangmar thinks he's not even sure he'll succeed here, even with his blessing. In the original game, it's impossible to defeat a demon alone, but the truth is that without friends, he was forced to solo raids many times, so why wouldn't he be able to do it here? He realizes there's no turning back from the decision he made. He figures Chloe will probably take about 10 minutes to return, and the only thing he can do is slice this cursed fish in 40 seconds. Then he activates the blessing of the sword god and says it's been a while since he cut real sashimi. Meanwhile, Rachel is dealing with those damned mermen, who seem even stronger in the presence of the mermaid. Still, she manages to push them back and literally skewers 3 mermen at once. While she's exhausted and without the speed weapon's blessing, he thinks about giving her the blessing, but he's focused on keeping Lian alive. He knows Jiangmar is extremely powerful, but fighting a mermaid alone is madness. Just looking at her makes his bones tremble. It's suicide. At that moment, the mermaid casts a spell toward Jiangmar, but he quickly charges at her. Jiangmar thinks mermaids use long-range attacks with magical and aquatic properties, but apart from the magic, it's just a fish. He dodges the spell and dives in for a slap. However, he realizes it's not the real body. The real mermaid was attacking Speed Weapon, who is too scared to react. But just as the attack is about to hit, the mermaid screams in pain. One of her fins has been cut by the protagonist, who's not playing around. He doesn't give her time to react, but she dives back into the water as if teleporting. Jiangmar realizes predicting her movements won't be easy. She smartly targeted someone who was already injured. Looking at Speed Weapon and Lian, who is still badly hurt, Jiangmar asks Speed Weapon if he's okay and still using the blessing. He replies yes. Jiangmar says, "All right, I'll leave Lian to you, hero." Then he resumes exchanging blows with the mermaid. Speed Weapon thinks, "Hero, that's so cool," and remembers he needs to tell Jean about this. Justice and bravery, people who sacrifice themselves for the good of others. That's what a hero is. He thinks no one ever said this was a hero academy, especially not the Dragon and Star class. Speed Weapon says he might have found his hero Lian. Jiangmar thinks he's right. Speed Weapon apologizes to Jiangmar, saying he's far from being a hero. Jiangmar replies that even if he were, he wouldn't mind. Back in the present, Speed Weapon thinks that this damn Jiangmar might actually be a hero. At that moment, the mermaid casts a spell that summons several carnivorous fish made of magic, like missiles heading for the protagonist. He dodges them by jumping like in the Matrix, but apparently these fish are homing. Jiangmar realizes it too late. The mermaid then changes their trajectory to target Jiangmar, but he slices through a part of the cave wall to keep running. The fish continue chasing him despite his speed. The mermaid keeps adjusting their trajectory. Rachel tries to warn Speed Weapon that the mermaid is actually targeting him, The support. Taking advantage of another opening, Geomar jumps into the middle of the attack and slices off the mermaid's hand, but Geomar thinks his cuts are still too shallow. This won't kill her. However, even severed, her hand keeps channeling magic and fires so powerfully that it pierces through the cave wall and hits the mermaid's own face. Meanwhile, a student who saw it asks the instructor what that huge noise was. She says she also saw a laser. At that moment it starts raining, and the instructor says they should leave quickly so they might get hurt since it started to rain. There could be a storm, and with a small smile she says they have to return to the academy as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, back in the cave with that massive hole opened, Speed, Weapon and Leon were still intact. When the mermen see the sunlight, they start running away. Rachel wonders why. Gilmar was still there ready with his knife, and he thinks the mermaid must be under the rubble. And he's right because she explodes everything to break free. Gilmar thinks he knew she wouldn't die that easily. As she charges at Gilmar, he takes off his uniform and tells Rachel that since the merman ran away she has to protect those two. She agrees, saying got it. Speed, Weapon can hardly believe it. Gilmar is dueling a demon alone. He used to think this guy was crazy, but now he thinks he might be a legend. Gilmar thinks he only has 10 seconds left of his blessing. Now it's time to make up for lost time. The mermaid growls loudly and charges at Gilmar. He says come at me, and then his eyes begin to burn with power. He thinks he will cut down anything in his path. Meanwhile, Chloe is running extremely fast, thinking she has to be faster. She's even cutting down trees in her way. She thinks her legs can't take it anymore. Even with her blessing she can't give up. Not now, because Gilmar asked this of her. She thinks Geomar is the strongest person she's ever met in her life. He always manages to overcome any situation and avoids drawing his blade unless absolutely necessary. He saw that situation and knew he had no other choice, and she believes he made the right decision. But still, it's a mermaid, a humanoid demon, extremely powerful. While she's rushing forward, she hears the massive explosion from the cave. When the rain starts, she becomes even more worried. She thinks, please, Gilmar, stay alive. As she runs, she trips over something, but just as she's about to fall, she catches herself. She tells herself she can't fall, she can't stop. She has to find someone. She cries as she runs, thinking someone has to respond. Eventually, she senses people nearby, but her senses are scrambled. In reality, they weren't people. They were mermen. But just as she's about to strike, Belle blocks her attack. The two stare at each other for a moment. Chloe is relieved it's just a person. Before collapsing unconscious, she apologizes. The others ask, what's going on? An ambush. This girl's insane, and they try to get her to stand up. But Belle says she knows this girl. Chloe, lying on the ground, completely exhausted, asks for help. Gilmar is in danger. Belle wonders, what do you mean in danger? Meanwhile, Speed, Weapon is wondering if he'll ever see something as incredible as this again. He thinks Gilmar looks like a swordsman holding a live fish, ready to make sushi or sashimi. He's taking down a humanoid demon, also known as a demonoid. Speed, Weapon is certain this scene is too amazing, it'll stay in his memory for the rest of his life. This isn't some subspace duel, this is real life. Even so, Gilmar dodges and counters each of the mermaid's attacks. At that moment, the protagonist slices the mermaid's tail into pieces, as if he's actually preparing sashimi. Speed, Weapon thinks the clean cuts are even beautiful. He and Rachel can't even react to what they're seeing. Even Rachel, a descendant of an extremely powerful clan, is stunned. She doesn't even know how to respond. But then Speed, Weapon gets distracted for a moment, and Rachel warns him that another attack is coming. She manages to push him aside to save him and asks, what's going on in your head, kid? Wake up. They both see the trail of destruction the attack left behind. Speed, Weapon realizes he got lost in how unreal the scene was. The very environment around him had changed. He thinks a fish-cutting blade against magic isn't a fair fight. If Gilmar used magic, the mermaid would already be dead. Exhausted but still holding his knife, Gilmar faces off against the mermaid, who, though severely wounded, is still alive. She then invokes her power, combining it with the rain. Using the rain as a water element advantage, she fires water bullets at him. He runs along the cave walls, dodging and counterattacking with his knife. But doing so causes holes and damage to the blade. Still in that moment, he cuts the mermaid in half. The poor mermaid, in her final moment, sees Geomar's piercing eyes just before he kills her. She screams, perhaps from rage, perhaps from despair, but as he slashes her, he realizes she had used a merman as a shield. She uses that brief moment to eat part of her own body, a magical crystal. After swallowing it, she unleashes a power through her mouth, and everyone worries that Geomar is going to die right then. But at that moment, Geomar thinks he can't dodge it. As his left eye is completely overtaken by the blessing, he sees himself in a remote place, surrounded by water. Crystal clear water, everything beautiful, only water and sunlight. Then looking toward the horizon, he realizes it wasn't the sun coming toward him. It was the mermaid's power, but that voice, the voice of the sword god, whispers in his ear. He can cut anything he wants, so he grips his knife once again. In that ruined cave, drenched in rain, he believes he managed to cut through magic. At that moment, the magical sphere completely dissolves. A few seconds later, in front of him was the mermaid's body, covered in blood. Geomar was still overtaken by the blessing, but suddenly his eyes return to normal, and the mermaid is taking her final breaths. Everyone is shocked that she's still alive, but before anyone can react, Geomar cuts off her head. It rolls away, returning to the cursed place she came from. Speed Weapon, stunned, thinks he won. He actually won. A freshman who just enrolled this year defeated a demonoid alone. Everyone begins to calm down until a lot of blood starts pouring from Geomar's wound. Rachel rushes toward him, worried. Speed Weapon feels thankful that Leon is okay, but then realizes something. What happened to the other merman who ran out of the cave? He sees a group approaching and says, "It's about time." It was Abel's group. The others ask, "What the hell happened here?" Then they see the scene, a mermaid cut into pieces. Rachel is holding Geomar's body, begging, "Wake up, wake up." Abel asks, why is Rachel holding him like that? Then she sees Leon looking a bit awkward. Abel thinks, everyone's a mess, except the leader. This was insanely lucky. Abel says she contacted the academy. The instructors should be arriving soon. She asks again, what the hell happened here? Speed Weapon asks if those damn instructors really explored the island, calling it a joke. A freaking mermaid appeared. Abel says she understands now and tells him to explain. Speed Weapon asks why she's giving him orders, but Abel asks why he's acting so weird and just tells him to answer the damn question. Speed Weapon says she won't believe it, but he'll explain anyway, because explaining things is his specialty. Later Abel asks, wait, you're telling me a mermaid just showed up out of nowhere and Geomar killed her by himself? Speed Weapon confirms it, but adds there's more. Abel starts thinking, the freshman who came out of nowhere never says where he's from and just killed a demonoid on his own. She remembers the tales her grandfather used to tell her when she was a child. Even those stories felt more realistic than this one. It's ridiculous. But she thinks the lie is so big it might actually be true. Who would have the nerve to make this up? Why would they lie about something like this? Abel reflects on her own roots, descended from the famed hero Ber Joachim and his disciple Aaron Nibelung. That radiant lineage granted her a special class. With that solid foundation, she nurtured her talent. But then there's this kid, Kang Geomar. The power gap is so absurd it's hard to even quantify. She's felt so many things toward him. Fear, admiration. She asks her companion, can you heal Geomar? While he is being healed, Rachel is still extremely worried about him. Abel thinks, even at the brink of death, Kang Geomar, who's the same age as me, killed a demonoid alone. She clearly feels jealous. Then Speed Weapon asks if she contacted the academy. She confirms and he says maybe they shouldn't explain everything just yet. She asks why, and he says the instructors claimed they scouted the island beforehand, right? Abel agrees. Go on. Speed Weapon says this is really strange. This cave is extremely easy to find, yet they didn't explore it. He thinks maybe it's just a hunch, but someone may have done this on purpose. Leon asks, wait, Speed Weapon, are you saying someone sabotaged this from inside the academy? Someone infiltrated from the demonic clan. Speed Weapon, a bit nervous, says not exactly, but it's a possibility. Abel thinks that's true. This cave is easily noticeable to anyone. The freshman would definitely come here, and as Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for Jamar, everyone would be dead. But why did this happen? There haven't been conflicts for 700 years between humans and demons. The demons have never dared to touch a single cadet from the academy. Why now? This clearly seems like justification for another war. At that moment, Speed Weapon gets her attention and says he knows what she's thinking, but she's jumping to conclusions. Of course, this is suspicious. Maybe there's a spy in the academy, but there's no concrete evidence. Leon says that right now they all need to come up with a group lie. If there really is a spy in the academy, Geomar would instantly become a target for defeating a demonoid alone. Speed Weapon agrees and says given everything Geomar has done for him, it's the right move. Then Abel asks, but why did she? Don't talk to your grandfather first, okay? Someone says, and then the group asks, the Sword Emperor? Back at the academy in the infirmary wing, the protagonist was there again. He looks around and thinks, the hospital. He glances at his hand and realizes he's alive. He remembers that just before nearly dying, the mermaid used a magical sphere on him. An attack he couldn't dodge, but he managed to cut it with a clean, straight slash, using his sashimi knife. The magic was definitely split in two, like slicing through water. He wonders what kind of sensation that was. He felt things through the blessing, impossible things, but he did feel them. He opens his system and checks his blessings. He notices that his mental fortitude increased by 1 point. He assumes it's because he didn't get scared, even in the presence of a mermaid. He also sees that his assimilation finally reached 6.8 and is close to hitting 7.2, which would unlock another ability. He thinks the line he cut through the mermaid's magic was something he unlocked mid-battle. Then Medea appears, hugging Geomar and saying, for the love of God, I was so worried, something terrible happened. She swears that everyone had checked that area, there wasn't supposed to be a creature like that. Geomar responds, Director, please. She says, oh, sorry, you're not even breathing properly, are you? She adds that she's just happy to see him alive. Then she suddenly remembers something and starts pulling something from her dimensional bag. Geomar is impressed that she even has one. Medea pulls out Geomar's well-deserved reward, the Murazami sword. Geomar thinks about how the fact that he decapitated a demon on Escapoli Island was apparently kept secret, as the director mentioned. Now analyzing his new sword Murazami, it is level 25, has 1670 attack power, and is ranked B. It is described as a Japanese sword whose name means heavy spring rain. Medea says she hopes he likes it. Normally prizes are awarded more formally in a ceremony, but due to circumstances that wasn't possible, and she apologizes. Then Medea notices Veloti approaching and asks, what does that old pervert want here? The Sword Emperor tells her not to call him that. Medea retorts that he's a 70-year-old man acting like a teenage girl. Geomar thinks he's already been through this. It feels like déjà vu. He asks, why is the Sword Emperor here? Medea says she heard everything from Geomar's friends, and on behalf of the Academy they offer an official apology. She explains that everything that happened to him was the Academy's fault due to their negligence. He and his team nearly died on that island. Because of the incident, she swears on her honor as Academy Director to uncover the full truth. The Sword Emperor says Geomar saved all the cadets who were there. Geomar replies that he just did what he could. Medea says Leon's feat was extraordinary, but until they discover the full truth, it's better to keep it a secret. She says it's ironic to say that as the director, but this seems like an internal problem within the Academy. She apologizes for not being able to reward him more appropriately, but he says it's okay. Medea then asks if he can act like someone his age and complain for once, saying you're like an old man in a child's body. Later after they leave, Medea says she wonders if he remembers the first day they met. After entering the school, he was lying on a bench in the garden. When she asked him to move, he drew his sword. She barely remembers what he said, nor does she says it feels like it happened yesterday, but it's already been 60 years since they've been there. Time really does pass fast. Medea says that even now this isn't even 1/10 of the Academy's history. Funny how even when they enrolled it was already a very old institution. The deep history this place holds is incredible. Despite its ups and downs, the Academy has cared for and protected its cadets for 700 years. But now, Medea channels a huge amount of power, though interrupted, and she recalls how before the midterm exam they had reports from the instructors after the island's preliminary inspection. Although rare, Escopoli Island is famous for being a place where mermaids appear, so extreme caution is always used. Even so, Isekied tells her to calm down a bit. Medea admits she got carried away but says it's all right now. However, the Sword Emperor is still worried. She had just praised how amazing Manhwa was. That kid defeated a mermaid alone. He asks, "What do you think of the boy?" Isekied thinks, "It's an innate talent. Thousands of names have once been praised as the best of their generation, only to vanish like meteors shining brightly for a moment before fading out. It's a title thrown around too casually by families obsessed with fame. Whenever their children show even the slightest hint of ability, they're immediately labeled as geniuses. The same happened with Abel, his granddaughter, who bore that forbidden title. But if there's anyone who truly is a genius, it's definitely Manhwa." Isekied wonders, how far could that kid go if his experiences are shaped by the talent he possesses? If King Guiomar is that someone, maybe the dream he chased his whole life, maybe it could actually come true. Sieg said he would trust the Academy for now. Later, back in class, Guiomar thought that, as embarrassing as it might be, maybe the reason his friends could laugh so freely now was because he defeated that mermaid. The first thing he did after leaving the hospital was stop by the Academy's forge to make the Murazami even stronger. It's more than just an iron stick. It's far from the standard of a blessing from the sword god, so it's important to strengthen it. The blacksmith was very motivated. And since it was the week of the Academy's 700th anniversary, everything was free. Guiomar thought he got pretty lucky. Suddenly Chloe showed up using crutches. She asked if he was okay, but Guiomar asked the same. What happened to her? Chloe explained that she broke her leg, but thanks to Speed Weapon, who provided immediate first aid, the doctor said she could walk with crutches for a week. She's still a member of the auditors, though. Guiomar thought it was good to see her. He also realized that it wasn't just because of him that everyone made it out safely. Sure, he defeated the mermaid, but everyone did their part. Chloe went to get help. Rachel held off hundreds of enemies and Speed Weapon healed everyone. Then he wondered what Leon did. Did he lead the group? Karamade thought he wasn't going to blame him. Maybe Leon was attacked first. Just then, the teacher came in extremely angry and said that before they began the morning training, he had an announcement. He said someone would be teaching alongside him today, and he was about to introduce that person. Everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. It was Sieg, the Sword Emperor himself. The teacher was trembling, and the whole class was completely shocked. Guiomar wondered what Sieg was doing there. Meanwhile, somewhere else a man was getting beaten up, probably for not doing his job properly. The person in the Academy uniform beating him said that the commander of the 5th Legion was furious. She asked him why he never got things done right, then slapped the old man across the face and told him to apologize again if he had the guts. She asked, "Is it really that hard to capture a child who's on the verge of death?" She said she didn't care how impressive or amazing the hero candidate was. He even fought a mermaid and it still didn't work. The girl said it was all the elder's fault. The Sword Emperor had the audacity to settle down at the Academy. The old man apologized again, but forgot and got kicked in the face. He was pissed, being beaten up by an instructor. The instructor said her shoe was stained with his blood. Disgusting. Then she commented that a mermaid was defeated by a first-year student. Looking at this year's first years, they all seemed pretty talented. The old man said that actually, it wasn't a group, it was just one student who defeated the mermaid. The instructor asked if it was Leon. The old man replied no, it was the best student of the year, Kang Guiomar. The instructor said, "That special student, now I understand." She added that things were getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, back at the Academy, Physical training was underway. Chloe was sitting out understandably because of her crutches. Guilmar thought he wanted to be sitting too. Suddenly someone shouted that he was too slow. It was Siegfried, who asked if Guilmar's leg was hurt. Guilmar replied, "No sir." He wondered why this man was running beside him. Siegfried von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor. It was then explained that the first sword saint Aaron Nibelung passed on the title of Saint of the Sword, a name that fits Siegfried perfectly. He was recognized as the strongest fighter in all of humanity. In addition, he had been Leon's swordsmanship mentor during the Second Demon War. He's a character who stands out clearly in the middle of the story. But Guilmar wondered, why was the Sword Emperor next to him? The old man should be bothering Leon, not him. The main story had already gone off track. Now it was completely off the rails. But then Guilmar remembered that in the end Leon inherited the title of Sword Saint. That plot point was so major in the game that it became a huge discussion topic on all the forums. So if Leon is destined to inherit the title in the end, then maybe Sieg being here isn't so important after all. It's just awkward. It felt like he was running side by side with a delivery man who delivers everything on foot. Siegfried said the foundation of any fighter is stamina and endurance. No matter how incredible a hero might be, it's useless if they don't have the physical strength to uphold their honor. This basic routine would become the foundation of Guilmar's future development. He shouted, "Where's that energy, kid?" Guilmar answered, "Yes, sir," and kept running. Sieg liked that attitude, but still ran way faster than Guilmar. The poor boy was practically dying along the way. He wondered if this guy was really 70 years old. Later, Sag said that from now on during field training the use of personal weapons is strictly prohibited. Then he dumped a pile of weapons onto the ground, including shovels and hoes, and of course it cuts off here. Everyone was pretty shocked, and the Sword Emperor told them to choose one of the weapons available. Guilmar noticed that there was even a sashimi knife there, perfect for him, but Siegfried said they had to master the weapon they picked. Then one of the students raised a question. He said he thought it would be better if they trained with the inherited weapons from their families, and he was curious why those were forbidden. Siegfried replied that fundamentals are important for everything. The more someone relies on high-level weapons, the lazier they become in training. In the end, they start believing that the weapon's power is their own strength. The student countered by asking if it wouldn't be more important to learn how to use powerful weapons to make up for their own weaknesses. Siegfried replied that no matter how good a weapon is, if the user lacks skill, it's just an empty bell that only makes noise. A true master would never blame their weapon. Guilmar was shocked, because those were his exact words once. He thought to himself, yes, I completely agree with that. Siegfried continued, saying that if they mastered the basics, the weapon would naturally become an extension of their body. Cadets who could use ordinary weapons skillfully had a high chance of being added to the class promotion list at the end of the school year. At that, everyone panicked and rushed forward. Guilmar thought, well, that speech could have been a lot simpler. Still, the sashimi knife was there, so he grabbed it. Siegfried gave him a quick glance, and Guilmar thought, this guy is truly incredible. Then Siegfried said that, to get familiar with their weapons, they would begin a one-on-one sparring training between cadets. Someone in the crowd asked, without subspace, isn't that dangerous? Siegfried replied, you joined the academy to carry the legacy of the ancient heroes and to become worthy fighters. Warriors only grow by training as if they were in real combat. He continued, but if you just swing your swords at each other, people will die pretty quickly. So before starting, he would demonstrate how a sparring duel works, specifically how to do training sparring. Everyone was excited. After all, they were about to witness the technique of the Sword Emperor. The professor told everyone to be quiet. Professor Lian B, an instructor at the academy, thought to himself that he had really gotten into trouble, not just in his career but in his entire life. A sparring demonstration against the Sword Emperor. He thought, Mama, this is the end for me. The professor asked the emperor to go easy on him, but Siegfried ignored him and instead called out Cadet Kang Guilmar, asking him to come forward and duel. Everyone was shocked. The junky old weapon in the Sword Emperor's hand was even glowing. People began to murmur. Who even is this guy? They looked at Jiomar and thought he looked like a total weakling. Jiomar could hear everything and thought, seriously? Siegfried asked Jiomar if he had fully recovered. Jiomar said yes, but admitted to himself that he wouldn't be fine after this. Siegfried then told him to draw his blade. Jiomar thought, let's take it easy, my guy. Jiomar thought that even if it was just a sparring duel, this wasn't right. His body was in top form, but his opponent was the Sword Emperor. If their blades crossed, it wouldn't end well. At best, someone would lose an arm, worst case, their head. Maybe it was the effect of the sword god's blessing, but Jiomar felt a fighting instinct awakening, yet that instinct might have gone too far. If he thought about the consequences, this duel could cause real damage. He told Siegfried that he wasn't worthy of being his opponent. Everyone around agreed, saying obviously he would get destroyed. But Siegfried asked him, don't you have pride as a swordsman? He added, you won't be able to hide your power for long. There's no point in having that much talent if you're a coward. Jiomar thought to himself, pride, a word he had always carried in his heart. Ever since he was named the best swordsman in the country, those 3 syllables had been the reason he never abandoned the sword. Such a provocation was designed to test him, and everyone around was expecting him to run away. If he fell for that provocation, he would regret it, but even so, he was going to take the bait. The professor almost stepped in to stop it, but Siegfried had already sensed Jiomar's resolve. This fight would teach him a lesson. The blessing of the sword god activated. Jiomar's instincts kicked in, and suddenly the world narrowed until it was just him and his opponent. The Sword Emperor thought that even at 70 years old, that moment was still vivid in his memory. The enlightenment through the sword, back in the immaturity of his youth. The memory of that one-armed wandering knight never left his mind. The path of the sword that knight showed him was simply beautiful. It was pure strength. It had definitely reached that higher world. The Sword Emperor had been watching this boy since the ranking test. If Kang Jiomar is that boy, maybe, just maybe, he can guide him to that world. He thought this kid might actually be able to do it. Then as he moved in to strike, Gilmar was already behind him, and once again Safid missed another strike. Gilmar was extremely fast with his sashimi blade and clashed swords easily with the Emperor of the Sword. The Emperor thought that he was courageous. He didn't even hesitate. The path of Gilmar's sword was peculiar. It was like a swallow in flight. Gilmar delivered such a powerful blow that he let go of his sashimi sword, caught it mid-air like a juggler, and landed another strike. The Emperor of the Sword thought that Gilmar's physical ability was now incomparable to what it once was. He parried the blow with such ease, yet the Emperor's sword was not light. Then he executed the most powerful strike he could. The arrogant student thought, I can't understand. Last time, in the subspace duel, was it luck that made him win? At best, this Gilmar is a decent student. So why is the Emperor so interested in him? That's what everyone wanted to know. Of course, everyone thought Gilmar would lose, but the problem was they had been standing in silence for a long time. Professor Lee thought, they're not just standing there. He doubted the Emperor's words, but Gilmar had already reached that level. When he tried to stop the Emperor, he said, I won't cross swords with this young man if he is thinking clearly. Gilmar might be able to enter that place, the mental world. Gilmar not only entered that place but also blocked the Emperor's strike. The Emperor of the Sword couldn't stop being surprised by this kid. The duel in the mental world was an intense battle of strategy. Just by crossing swords you could tell, and Gilmar, within a moment that didn't even last a minute, was evolving with every passing millisecond. Fried thought, this is impressive. He then thought he might try to block it and use the blessing of the sword spirit. His aura was so powerful it left Gilmar shocked. His aura was so strong that it spilled out of the mental world and into reality. The professor was amazed. It had crossed from the mental world to the physical one. His aura was so powerful that everyone nearby was being pressured. The professor thought, this wasn't part of the plan. He thought there would be real bloodshed and tried to stop the Emperor, but Medea appeared, even breaking the ground as she intervened. She asked, have you gone senile, you damn old man? Later, with Medea, he apologized, but she was furious. At that moment she was so angry that she grabbed him by the collar and said that if he wasn't in his right mind, he should stay at home. She hadn't appointed him just so he could cause trouble. The students were very impressed. The director herself was here. Sekful claimed it wasn't his intention. She called that a lie. Meanwhile, Gomar was sheathing his blade. Sekfried thought that he had lost control. He hadn't managed his aura well. Medea asked if he was listening to her, but he turned and apologized. Medea thought, in 50 years, I've never heard this old man apologize twice in one day. She asked, why exactly did you do that, using the blessing of the sword spirit against a cadet? If not for her, what might have happened? He could have killed the boy. But Siegfried said that even with his blessing, he couldn't gain the upper hand. Medea was completely shocked. Did she hear that right? Was this the proud Siegfried talking? She knew Gomar was talented, but no one compared to Siegfried's strength. Then the emperor said that kid had reached the realm of the mental world. Medea asked, even the emperor of the sword only managed that at 30 years old. And this 17-year-old kid can handle it. Siegfried said he had no idea how, but maybe the boy could make up for it with experience. Medea couldn't believe it, and ran toward Gomar, asking if he was okay. He too had an oppressive aura. Medea thought all her dignity was gone in that moment. The emotion she felt toward Gomar was pure fear, similar to when she first encountered the commander of the 6th Legion. She felt the same kind of shiver. She thought Siegfried's account didn't seem like a lie. She then asked if he had lost. The emperor of the sword said, of course not. Even though he's talented, he doesn't compare to me. Besides, I was using incomplete equipment. Medea asked, then why were you so mad? And don't you always preach that true masters don't blame their tools? Yet, that's your excuse? The emperor said that was nonsense. At that moment when everything had exploded with adrenaline, Gomar woke up early, remembering everything. He thought that although he had trained well without Medea's intervention, things could have been really dangerous. He thought the old man was very aggressive. That realm was called the mental world. Gilmar didn't know much about it. Experiencing it was truly strange for him. Proficiency and understanding of one's weapon create an active space that can be triggered when various emotions and conditions are met. They say only true masters, supreme beings who spend their entire lives perfecting a weapon, can enter the mental realm because of that. In the game's universe, there are fewer than 10 heroes who can freely enter the mental world. Even the protagonist Leon, who was born with heroic qualities, needed 3 years of mentorship before he could enter the mental world. Gomar knew this well because that's precisely the point where he had given up. But why was he able to do it right away now? Then he realized it was the Sashimi knife. Including his past life, he had spent over 20 years wielding that cursed knife. Jian thought that whenever he manifested the blessing of the sword god, it was as if a concentration beyond cognition was activated. His life here and his experiences from his past life were merging harmoniously, helping him overcome such situations. Gomar thought that based on his experiences so far, avoiding situations would only make things worse. Instead of staying passive, he would solve things step by step while knowing exactly what to do. He wondered if he should try doing it now. So, he drew his sashimi knife and thought that if he could freely control the mental world, he could train in combat without having to manifest the blessing of the sword god. He equipped himself, focused, and entered the mental world, but something broke that reality. Something slowly touched his shoulder. That powerful sashimi knife simply disappeared. He asked himself, what was that? Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place among the elders. They were the ones who had sent that demon to try to kill Leon. One elder, the one who had failed the mission, said they needed to deal with these dissidents quickly. He said that the special student Kang Gomar must be investigated. Another elder asked if Gomar could be a hero candidate. As far as he knew, the candidate hero was Lan von Heinhardt. But the elder replied that Leon was a fool. He added that in the assignment test Gomar completely dominated those twins, and that Medita was blocking information under the pretext of protecting the special student. Another elder stated that eliminating the hero is inevitable anyway. Someone else agreed, saying that they needed to cut down any threat. Even the Emperor of the Sword had gone to the academy, Since one of the 7 stars became the academy's director, the council's influence had diminished, and since Basman had been subdued, the public only looked up to the 7 stars. Now the elders were just old relics on the shelf. They said it was true, they needed a common enemy. The hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The elder who failed the mission said that he was one of the elders of the academy, and wasn't trying to convince the council based on arguments from that woman who forced him to confess everything. He thought about the commander of the 5th Legion, Kori, and how she was furious. That was her commander, Kori of the 5th Legion. The elder thought he'd rather die than deal with that woman again. Then the hooded elder ordered for the command to be sent to the Aditor family. The next day at the forge, the blacksmith was begging for forgiveness and mercy. Geomar was holding his new mormamasa, the sashimi knife version. But Geomar wasn't doing anything. He thought the rank of his weapon was trash. The blacksmith said that he had worked at that forge for almost 30 years, but it was the first time he had seen something like this. It was as if the sword itself refused to be forged. So he melted the metal in a hurry and at least managed to salvage that form. If any other blacksmith had attempted it, there would have been nothing left. The blacksmith admitted it was true, just one tap with the hammer, and the sword broke. Shiomar thought that with 20 years of experience as a swordsman, the craftsmanship seemed excellent. The specs perfectly matched the blessing, but the durability was ranked. The blacksmith said that the potential was good. With upgrades it could become usable. It wasn't exactly an apology, but if Jamar brought the materials he'd upgrade it for free. The blacksmith also said that if it broke again he could provide another weapon, but this one could definitely reach rank A. He was sure of it. However, the materials he would need could only be obtained from demon beasts of rank A or higher. They figured that one such demon might be that mermaid, and Jomar didn't want to hunt a mermaid again. He wasn't willing to risk his life for equipment. Jean thought his wallet was going to hurt. Then Geomar asked if the blacksmith promised this. The blacksmith swore by his honor that he did. Gomar then told him to return half the value of the leftover metal from the forge, 10 million, but the blacksmith said he followed the request and had already agreed not to charge for the upgrade. Gomar replied that the rank B sword had been broken in half, and considering the market value, the price was fair. The blacksmith insisted he wasn't being scammed. Geomar said he needed to test the weapon's performance anyway, maybe this was a good opportunity. The blacksmith said 500,000. Gomar said 1 million. The blacksmith replied, 800, that's the best I can do. The market value for forging a rank B weapon is very different, it'll be hard to recover. Gomar asked, are you kidding me? And the blacksmith accepted. Later, Guy saw in his status that his mental level was at 4. This meant that his actions and words carried an intimidating aura. Geomar thought that after obtaining his new weapon, his weapon mastery level had increased, and new options had appeared. Of course, his biggest concern was the pain caused by the blessing of the sword god. At this level at least, the pain had been reduced. Gilmar remembered that when he had read the description before and tested it, the feeling had gone from I'm going to die to at least I can breathe. It was still hard to endure, but it was a great improvement. If just one level made this much difference, then maybe after reaching several more levels, he could use the blessing of the sword god without needing the blessing of resistance. It seemed that the weapon mastery level increased when he either obtained a new weapon or upgraded an existing one. Now that the midterm exams were over, he would focus on improvement. If he kept growing step by step, maybe he would discover the power he had been granted in this world, or even the identity of the one who threw him into it. Just then, Chloe approached in an intimidating manner, which startled him. Of course, she asked why he had stopped eating. He replied that he had lost his appetite. Then he noticed that she had taken off the cast and asked how she was feeling. Chloe said she still needed a crutch, but she felt much stronger than before. They say bones become stronger after breaking and healing. Geomar thought to himself, bones aren't muscles though. Then he leaned closer to remove something from Chloe's face. It was a grain of rice, but that tiny act left her so flustered that she fell on her butt. When she got back up, she noticed Geomar's new weapon and asked if that was his first real weapon. She said it was very cute. Chloe said it was beautiful for a rank Isekied sword. It didn't look bad at all. She didn't mean to insult him by pointing out the rank. Shion said it was fine. The blacksmith had even refunded part of the money and promised not to charge for future upgrades. With time and some enhancements, it should get better. Chloe agreed and said that if he was already strong with just a sashimi knife, he would definitely get even stronger. But Jiamar thought that in truth, he didn't have a real reason to grow stronger. Ever since he defeated that mermaid, he believed he could handle any mid-ranked demon beast without much trouble. His main reason for upgrading his weapon was to reduce the pain of using the blessing. Chloe apologized again, saying she didn't mean to belittle his weapon. Jomar said, "No, it's not that. It's just that looking at that Muramasa he received as compensation in such a miserable state." Chloe said the blacksmith who made Jiamor's weapon should suffer. Anyone who made Jiamor suffer should die. Jiamor replied, Chloe? It's okay. Chloe apologized again. Jiamor noticed something behind them but figured Chloe hadn't noticed it, so he didn't say anything. Instead, Jiamor calmly walked over to a tree and kicked it, asking, "What are you doing here?" The one who fell out of the tree was Nox. Jiamor thought that both brothers were the same. Nox said he had let his guard down. Chloe asked why he was there. Jiamor drew his knife and Chloe, now alert, readied herself. But Jiamor noticed Nox was unarmed, so he asked what the matter was. He thought he had made things clear last time. Nox replied that he wasn't there for that. He also said there was no point hiding it from Chloe since it would reach her ears anyway. It was better for them both to hear it together. The matter was directly related to Kang Genmor. Nox said that the Academy Council of Elders had requested the elimination of Kang Diomor. Shamor wondered why those old men would want such a thing. Chloe asked if Nox was there because of that. Nox told her she had been away from the family for so long that she'd lost her sense of reality. Chloe immediately pulled out a utility knife and asked Jemar to stand behind her, which he already was. Nox commented that her reflexes hadn't dulled. Nox told Geomar that he didn't care what he did or how he lived, but the elders had become strangely obsessed with him, not just because he was a member of the auditory, but because something about him made them uneasy. For now they had decided to delay the request. The fact that it was made in secret without passing through the Academy's board was suspicious. Furthermore, the order to eliminate a mere student went against the very principles of the Zidoroi. However, since it was a direct request from the Council of Elders, it couldn't be ignored forever. If the pressure continued, the auditory would have no choice but to start an investigation on him. Nox also told Chloe that as a member of the Zitori she needed to know. Jamara thought that Nox claimed it was about principle, but in the end he was worried about Chloe. Before Nox could leave, Jomar called him and brought up what had been said last time, but Nox said that Chloe seemed much happier with Jomar. Even her own family had never seen her act this way. He told Jomar not to let her get hurt again. Jomar wondered what he meant. There was no way he could have prevented her leg from breaking. He simply nodded. Then Nox asked one more thing. How can that kid be so strong? Guris thought that to be considered truly strong, one would at least need to be on the level of the Sword Emperor, someone capable of facing any threat at any time. He, on the other hand, could only summon real strength for less than a minute per day. He wasn't anywhere near qualified to talk about strength. He couldn't even mention it. Nox had even revealed secrets from his own family, so Git couldn't just stay silent. He told Nox that he lacked determination. Even though he was from the auditory family, he should have more life experience. If he remained stuck inside the academy, he would soon reach his limits. Guy told him to go gain real life experience. If he worked hard, he'd definitely learn more. After saying that, he walked away thinking that he wasn't entirely wrong. Later in class, while the professor was explaining the material, as usual, Jomar was thinking about something else. He was reflecting on the fact that the Academy Council of Elders was now hunting him. That council was composed of descendants of 5 of the 7 disciples of Joachim. He remembered that in the game, this council wielded significant influence, not just in the academy but in society as a whole. Since they interfered with the protagonist for their own gain, the players used to call them the 5 corrupt ones. Jean-Mar began wondering why his existence was such a threat. He was taking notes, trying to understand what it was that had drawn so much attention to him. He was creating a mental map of the whole situation in his notebook. Looking over it all, He realized he had indeed messed up quite a bit. At this point it almost looked like he was desperately trying to attract the attention of an elder. But even with all that, it still seemed absurd that the council would be hunting him. Then Gira thought about the Escapole Island, the mermaid, and Lian. The real target wasn't him, it was Lian. He had simply gotten in the way and disrupted their plans. Even though Medea had done a good job covering things up, there was no way the Academy's elite wouldn't have heard that he defeated the mermaid. If they were aiming for Lian, a hero candidate, then it meant one or more of the elders were likely in cahoots with demons. This wasn't just interference, they had tried to kill Lian, who was practically still a child. Even if they were corrupt, this went way too far. Prioritizing power and privilege over the safety of humanity and the Academy itself, Jean-Marc thought that one day he could infiltrate the council and massacre every last one of them. But now wasn't the time. When the moment came though, he would cut the elders into tiny pieces. For now his priority was to upgrade his weapon. He needed to go into a dungeon immediately, but first he had to gather party members and form a group. Going solo would be too difficult. Chloe would definitely help, but he needed someone more strategic. Rachel, for instance, was all muscle and no brain. Then he thought of Speed Weapon. Jin would invite him too. Later in class, a big guy walked in and told the celebrity that this wasn't a place for short people who kept walking in and out like it was their house. Jean thought guys like this show up out of nowhere. With 20 years of restaurant experience, all the drunkards I've faced, this guy is just another one. So he calmly told the guy to get out of the way and not block his path before he turned his square jaw into some new geometric shape. Of course the guy got mad and charged at him, but Jean-Marc didn't expect someone to step in, and it was Speed Weapon who punched the big guy. Even Speed Weapon winced. He said the guy felt like a brick wall. John thought he had heard of battle mages before, but a battle healer, that was new. Speed Weapon said, if he was looking for him, they should talk outside. Later, Speed Weapon asked if Jean wanted to form a party. He offered to help recruit members, and in exchange for his help the reward money would be split among the team, while Jean could keep all the monster materials. Jean accepted. He figured Chloe would be the only one to come if he tried to form a team by himself. With Speed Weapon helping, who was from the Dragon class, things would be easier. Jean said that they needed at least 4 people to get permission to enter the dungeon. If it weren't for the Academy rules, someone at his level could clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Gamar said it wasn't quite that simple. Speed Weapon replied that it was a lie, he defeated a mermaid alone. He added that it was annoying how modest Guy was acting. Speed also noted that Giomar seemed better physically. Giomar confirmed after resting in a decent hospital room, he was feeling a lot better. Speed Weapon accepted the proposal. He had no reason to refuse and felt he could gain some new experiences alongside Gomar. Gelmar thanked him. Speed Weapon asked if he had already chosen a dungeon. Gelmar replied, the Buffalo of Hank C dungeon. Speed Weapon said that was a classic. He mentioned that Rachel had been training in the training area ever since Gelmar was hospitalized and asked if Gelmar had a specific type of member he was looking for. Geomar replied, preferably not Rachel and not Leon. Speed Weapon assured him that it wouldn't be a problem. Rachel had been training for a long time and Leon was likely preparing for high-level dungeon raids with 2nd and 3rd year students. Weapon had someone in mind. At this hour that person was probably asleep, and Gumar commented that it was strange. Speed Apple said they'd stop by the cafeteria first, to buy a few things. That night, they went to meet the person. It looked like a house. Gumar didn't even know a place like that existed inside the academy. He had never come here when he played the game in his past life. Back then he was a Japanese cuisine chef, although he'd never been to Japan. He always wanted to go at least once to do market research. But maybe he could fulfill that dream by stopping by this house. On the way they passed an archery shooting booth and Speed Weapon said, there she is. They approached, and he tried waking her up. He said there was no other way and told her he brought that. She immediately jumped up and asked, where is it? Where? Speed Apple pointed to a guy in black and said it was with him. She charged at the bag like a beast and stole it effortlessly, then casually lay on top of Gumar to eat what was inside. Gumar wondered, what the hell just happened? She asked if he had more yokan, then Jean remembered a moment in the kitchen when he screamed so loud that everyone around him was startled. He had finally pulled her. The only hobby he had after a life spent solely working was that game, and the gacha was what kept him going through the stench of men both in the game and real life. He finally got her. He finally got Abel. That was the reason he spent money. He got Abel, but when he looked closer, the character asking for yokan was Saki Ryojo, and he was extremely disappointed. In the storyline centered around the protagonist Leon, several beautiful heroines appeared around him. Among them the main one was Abel von Nibela. While each heroine had her unique charm and skills, Abel was always by the protagonist's side. The story captured their blossoming love perfectly. At the time Jean had even fallen for her and opened his wallet. Except for the main heroine Abel, the other heroines gradually became invisible. Among these forgotten heroines, the one who faded into obscurity the fastest was his first 5-star character, the daughter of the Saint of the Bow, Saki Ryojo. Saki told Gil he was really annoying, and he realized why Speed Weapon had been so confident. Rachel had one of the best DPS among long-range attackers in the game. Despite her lazy demeanor, she was incredibly intelligent. Unlike the airheaded Rachel, and most importantly, since she didn't have a major role in the main story, even if she joined the group, the odds of her affecting the story were low. Gamar thought, that's fine then. Saki then asked why he came all the way there. She snatched the sweet from his hand and Speed Weapon asked if she knew Kangar. Then he explained that he had come looking for her in the afternoon but was being harassed by a villain at the time. Now they were recruiting members for a group to explore the Buffalo Dungeon next week. Speed Weapon said the rewards would be split, except for the buffalo horns. Saki slowly approached Jinmar and asked if he was the guy from that time, the battle in subspace. They stared at each other for a moment. Saki said that since the dungeon reward also counts toward grades, she had no reason to refuse, but she thought Jinmar had far less determination than she expected. Jinmar thought, she's not one to talk, she was literally sleeping. Saki said she didn't want to work with someone who lacked determination, but Speed Weapon argued that she had seen the battle. She knew Jane wasn't just some ordinary guy. Saki insisted the opponent must have been weak. Speed Weapon replied no, the opponent was an auditor. During the intermediate test, he almost revealed too much and had to stop himself. Speed Weapon asked her to listen. Sakura asked if he was some kind of lapdog. He said yes, she drools like a dog whenever she sees sweets. Gilmar wondered what was going on. Being a valuable group member and having basic manners were two different things. There was no need to stoop so low just to bring her into the group. Jinmar finally said, forget her. Let's go. He said her attitude would be like poison to the group and that they could find someone better. Saki responded saying, you're not in that much of a hurry to explore the dungeon, are you? They locked eyes again. Jinmar simply took out his sashimi knife and threw it straight at the bullseye. Perfectly. Saki was stunned. She hadn't expected that at all. He had landed all his knives directly in the center of the target. He asked if she wanted anything else. She trembled and said, no. The next day, in the cafeteria lounge, she was already there waiting. When Speed Weapon Gomar and Chloe walked in, she gave a shy little wave to Gomar. He thought to himself, the sashimi knife effect never misses. Saki told them she was already reviewing more material. They had already secured the license, and believed it was fair to say that preparations were nearly complete. Speed Weapon then began the explanation. He said that the Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggests, is a place where C-rank demonic beasts reside. The buffalo are creatures that charge from a long distance, making close combat quite difficult. However, they have a weakness against ranged attacks. But Speed Weapon warned there was one thing they must absolutely never do: open the stone portal in the center. Chloe asked, what happens if it's opened? Speed Weapon explained that it's believed to be a seal, though this is only a theory with no confirmed facts. Saki commented that since the Academy's condition for authorizing the dungeon exploration was simply not to open the portal, there's no reason they should break that rule. Jum agreed, saying that place should never be opened, and he said it in a tone that made it sound like he knew what was in there. The others looked at him suspiciously, and Speed Weapon asked if he did know. Gamar said no, but actually he did. He insisted that of course it shouldn't be touched. He thought to himself that there's likely a hidden boss inside. Speed Weapon assumed there was something more going on. Jomar knew that the portal could only be opened once certain conditions were met, and currently it was a location blocked by the system, so opening it wasn't even an option. Aside from that risk, no dungeon had a better cost-benefit ratio than this one. Meanwhile, Saki was of course eating yokan, and John commented that she really loves that stuff. Saki replied that sugar is essential for someone who uses their brain a lot. John thought it was better to cut the conversation short, since Chloe didn't seem too pleased. Still, Gamar felt like they were being watched by someone. Even Chloe turned to ask what was going on, but Jelmar decided to wait. When the time came, that person would show up. A few days later, they were on their way to the province of Gangwon, and Jean thought, this is Sher Wang. When he retired from the army, he had sworn never to pass through this area again. Who would have thought he'd return? And in such a situation, as they passed through a checkpoint, someone said they were from the academy. Jalm thought it must be civilian control, since it was a border area between dungeons. He was certain he was being watched by the Council of Elders. Suddenly, Speed Weapon approached offering an egg, apparently a Korean tradition when traveling. He told Delmen not to be so tense, since it was just a C-rank dungeon. He then asked Saki if she wanted an egg. She said no, but was staring at Jelmar. When he looked back at her, she suddenly acted shy and looked away. Jelmar thought, as if being watched wasn't enough, now she's staring too. They finally arrived. Chloe commented on how nice the weather was, and Jamar thought, this is the place where, since ancient times, demonic beasts have made their nests. Now it's just a farming dungeon. Speed Weapon asked why he had so much luggage. Janmore opened his bag. It was filled with a huge amount of knives. Speed Weapon asked if he came to sell them. Delmore replied, you can never be too careful. Speed Weapon said he was like an old man but admitted he must have his reasons. Chloe mentioned that since she's his vanguard she always leads the way. Now the group was ready. Later, as they approached the dungeon, also under civilian control, they noticed students from the academy. Everyone had to write their name in the logbook. When Kang wrote his name, he clearly saw the guard get startled. Still, he was distracted and went straight into the dungeon. As they opened the doors, people commented on the strange smell, and Jamal noticed the guard seemed nervous, but figured everything would be fine. As they went through the dark tunnels, he noticed writings on the walls. Jamal realized this dungeon had become a tourist spot for these damn nobles. Saki was tired and leaned on Gamar. Gamar commented that she really did look tired. Saki said she thought the sweets would give her more energy, but apparently not. She asked if he had another candy. He handed her a hard candy, but she said that wasn't really her thing. Don't you have any yokon? Gam replied. Do I look like a warehouse? Saki said she actually had some yokon stored, just not for now. But they had to focus on combat now because Chloe had located 4 creatures heading their way from 200 meters. Speed Weapon told them to follow the plan, and there would be no problems. First, Chloe would use her crossbow and Saki would follow with her bow. Speed Weapon would provide generous buffs for them. Saki then pulled out her large bow. Guillermo recognized it immediately. That's the red bow, white arrow. An S-rank bow. With that weapon it wouldn't be difficult at all. Saki said she hadn't used it in a long time so it was a bit stiff, but she told them to wait a second, ate a yokon, and now she was feeling better. Gamar wondered if he could really trust this girl, but then the monsters approached, you could hear their hooves. Speed Weapon used his flute buffs, and the buffalo closed in rapidly. Chloe charged in, firing repeatedly with her crossbow, piercing the buffalo's eyes and taking several of them down. They went on, but the others continued down the path. Chloe said she would slow them down, but Speed Apple insisted they stick to the plan. Despite that, Sak moved ahead, saying she would hit them in the eyes. She then fired 3 arrows simultaneously. When they charged at Chloe, their heads simply exploded. Sak said she ended up blowing everything up and apologized. She was there eating her yokon, and Gerd thought, what if she had destroyed the horn too? Still, he admitted that her skill was undeniably impressive. Now he was going to collect their horn. But then one of the monitors got back up. Sak realized it was the one that had been down earlier. She accidentally dropped her bow, and when she was about to be hit, she was actually saved by Jumar, who simply sliced the beast in half. Sak was extremely impressed. The cut was so clean that there wasn't even any blood on either side of the creature. He asked if she was okay. Sak was so amazed she swallowed the whole yoken at once. Meanwhile, outside, someone was calling the guards. Of course, they were working for the elders. Joar was there collecting minotaur horns, exactly why he had come to this dungeon. Buffalo horns are a rank C upgrade material with various uses, including weapon enhancement. He was going to take as many as he could carry. Sak thanked him for the help earlier and even gave him a sweet as thanks. Naturally, Chloe was very boy, and Mirar called her attention to tell her something. He whispered in her ear about that employee from earlier. Speed Weapon asked if they were dating or something. Chloe replied, "Dating? Me and Gilmar?" She said it was kind of wrong to assume that relationships between men and women are always romantic. Gilmar hit the guy for no reason. Speed Weapon said they were like a couple, always together. Gilmar wondered why he would think that kind of thing. Of course, Chloe was a bit annoyed. Chloe asked if it was normal for there to be so few monsters in the dungeon. The path they were on was completely silent and empty. Speed Weapon said this dungeon isn't even that popular, so it shouldn't be this empty. Sakrio said she had been thinking about that too. To her, the monsters were acting strangely. She couldn't say for sure, but they seemed to be running from something. Considering the behavior of the buffaloes, it didn't seem right. Speed Weapon agreed. Monsters in Suwon are usually pretty docile. They're even used to detect severe ruptures. Jinmir wondered if the buffaloes were used for that. People from that region were tough. Speed Weapon said it was all very suspicious, but asked, "What's the worst that could happen?" Sakria noted that everyone had a communication signal, so things should be okay. Jamas then asked how they met. Sak said she came first in the written exam and Speed Weapon came in second. When he found out, he threw a huge tantrum. Sak added that she came in third on the placement test too. Gomar said he had come in second on the written exam. He thought it was just a social climber, but now he saw him in a new light. Speed Weapon said Rachel is a distant cousin of his. Joma thought that's why he had never heard of Speed Weapon before, despite being a player and getting involved with key figures. Speed Weapon said her family comes from a branch of Rachel's, specifically the Chan Sing clan. He said there wasn't much more he could explain, but told Geomar not to make that face. He liked this kind of situation and thought Geomar was even more impressive. He told Geomar not to forget about him when he becomes famous. Geomar said that's not going to happen. Speed Weapon replied that you never know, he might become one of the 7-star heroes one day. Chloe said that was totally possible, but then they noticed Sak walking ahead silently. She said she hated the 7-star heroes. Speed Weapon asked, "What's her deal now?" Still, he said they needed to finish the dungeon soon and return. They needed at least 20 monsters to complete it. Jean noticed something strange on the cave walls but pretended not to see it for now. Meanwhile, outside, the guard was contacting one of the elders. He said that by now they must have encountered buffaloes driven mad by the magic stones. The elder didn't fully trust him and asked if he had prepared anything else. The guard said yes, he had followed instructions personally. He even thought the crazed buffaloes would handle everything on their own. But the person on the phone wasn't actually the elder. It was Corey. She asked, "If this fails, will you take responsibility?" She trusted that he would do his best and told him to call back when he had results. Of course, the guard didn't like her. No one liked Corey. He said those brats were going to die anyway. The dungeon had a very intimidating energy. Just to be sure, the guard forcefully opened the dungeon gates. The chance of survival was almost zero, but then he thought about that boy's eyes, that one. From Jamar's perspective, it was as if everything had already been seen. The guard decided to go in and see for himself. Meanwhile, inside, Chloe pulled John into a conversation and told him that the beasts were approaching from behind. Judging by their presence, there were about 50 of them coming at once. Naturally, everyone was shocked. They heard a loud noise and everything started shaking. Then, as if emerging from a portal, 50 creatures appeared. Speed Weapon asked, "Why are there so many? Are these even real buffaloes?" The buffaloes really did look altered, full of fury. Speed Weapon said they should be docile. Jen thought to himself about such a massive herd of monsters, and then remembered what his master had once told him. Every knife has a purpose. His master used to say you can't use a chicken knife to cut a cow. The same applies to sashimi. Kang asked if that was a sashimi steak. Was he using a sashimi knife to cut a steak? Then he apologized to his master, but in fact he didn't stab Kang. Instead, he sliced the fish cleanly in half. His master said the apprentice wasn't entirely wrong. That brought back memories for Gelmar, and he realized he really would need to use a fish knife to cut down a bull. Gamera told Chloe to distract the herd of buffalo. He instructed her not to charge forward, but to move quickly left and right, breaking their formation. Chloe understood the plan. Gamera told Speed Weapon he already knew what to do, and Speed replied, "Of course I do." Sak began wondering why Gamera was so calm in the face of 50 buffaloes. Gamera then told Sak she would be handling any that got too close. Sak asked Speed Weapon what was up with that guy. Why was he so calm? Speed Weapon told her not to be so surprised. Sak thought to herself that it was absurd, cutting minotaurs with a sashimi knife, but Gaze thought, if you're prepared you have nothing to fear. That's why he had prepared himself. Whatever appeared in front of him he would cut it. He activated the blessing of the sword god while holding many sashimi knives. When the buffalo charged, Jannar didn't hesitate. He threw several knives at once, something that left Sak extremely impressed. She even dropped her sweet and said, "This is insane." She stood right on top of a pile of buffalo corpses and remembered exactly what had happened. She had witnessed it all with her own eyes. First, Chloe charged in with the blessing of the cat to confuse the buffaloes, breaking their formation. With the Schrödinger's cat effect, they became so disoriented that they split up entirely. After that came Jimar, throwing all his knives at once. They were so powerful they sliced through the buffalo like sashimi. He kept slashing through each one until when he finally got surrounded, even then with help from Speed Weapon. Jim was completely swarmed by buffalo and couldn't get out. Sakri thought there were too many, but Gom simply shredded them all with rapid strikes. Sakri barely believed her eyes. He had killed all of them with clean, bloodless cuts. Gomer said those horns should be enough. Gakri thought that, thanks to the extended 40 seconds from the blessing of the resistor, he had no trouble taking down about 50 buffaloes. Chloe said he was incredible, and Gomar thought he had great help from the rest of the group. Jomar said it was only easy because of her. Sak was in complete disbelief. Speed Weapon said she shouldn't be surprised. Sak replied she wasn't, but Speed Weapon admitted that when he first saw it he had been speechless too. Kang Jomar always shattered people's sense of what's normal. Sak asked, "Who is this guy? What's his real identity?" Speed Weapon said he didn't know either. Maybe he's some legend that came back to life. They were curious about what was deeper in the dungeon, so they kept walking through its corridors. Later, Speed Weapon mentioned that the condition to clear the dungeon was to kill 20 buffaloes. They had killed more than twice that. Jomar had basically done it all by himself. Jomar said he was trying hard because he hadn't done much during the midterm trials. Speed Weapon started to say something like, "You alone," then stopped and decided not to continue. Chloe, however, noticed that something about the place felt off. As they were walking, one of the stone doors suddenly made a loud noise. The chains that had sealed it began to move. Jomar wondered if the seal was breaking. Earlier, the same guard who had sent the Minotaurs after them wondered if they had all died. He remembered that, recently, a woman claiming to be an instructor at the academy had approached him. She said she would pay him 2 billion to erase his debt if he did this job. In short, she wanted him to domesticate the buffalo, then use a magic stone to enrage them and release them all on Cadet Kang Gamar. She also instructed the guard to open the stone portal. The guard wondered if the organization wanted him to kill the students. Corey asked if he didn't want that. She didn't want to take a risky bet either, so she told him he could find someone else if he didn't want to proceed. But the guard said no. He wanted in. He would help. Then Acrio commented that, contrary to what his appearance suggested, he was actually quite fast. He was thinking and was soon going to explain the details over the phone. He thought that 2 billion was a lot of money, and he definitely would open the stone portal for 2 billion. The group began to wonder if that space was what lay beyond the stone portal. Gamma thought he now understood why everything had been going too well. They had entered naturally, but he started to feel a little anxious due to the suspicious atmosphere. As expected, this space sealed by the stone portal could only be opened using the giant's magic stone, which is obtained after defeating the dungeon's giant boss, a reward from a mid-game quest. The fragments they had seen earlier were pieces of the giant's magic stone. John thought that if it were like in the game, the reward now was not the time to think about rewards. Jumar noticed a large red line engraved on the door, one that seemed impossible to scratch with any ordinary blade. He thought about how he had used up the full 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, but with Murasame he might be able to hold on a little longer. He needed to cut it before that thing woke up, but maybe it was already too late. A loud sound echoed and everyone wondered what it was. Then they saw a massive creature holding an axe. A buffalo, only much larger, Grimmar thought. This bastard has already woken up. He also remembered that the reward for defeating this beast was the blessing of transition, which allows one to transfer one of the possessor's blessings to a specific target. But the beast guarding this reward was a rank A demonic beast, the Minotaur, also known as the King of Buffaloes. And it wasn't just him. Other buffaloes appeared as well, guards of the Great Minotaur, although these two were unique buffaloes. Chloe noticed that there was a monster inside the stone gate. Gomer thought that even if he cut through the gate and reached the outside, once that thing had woken up, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to escape unscathed. But this was different from the intermediate test. He had defeated the mermaid without any prior information, and he had already fought the Minotaur before in the game. If he were in perfect condition he could probably take on all three alone, but now having already used his 40 seconds of pain resistance, he needed to act in the most efficient way possible. He picked up his Murasame and asked Speed Weapon if he had another blessing for him. He asked how long it would last. Speed Weapon replied that the maximum time was 2 minutes. Jean said that was enough. He warned Speed Weapon that if he lost focus for even 1 second he could die. Speed Weapon said he would trust him only because it was him. He told Sak and Chloe to cover the left side. They told the big guy, Gomar, that he was dangerous, so he should protect the girls. Gomar told Chloe it would be the same plan. The Minotaur was not happy at all. Gomar activated the blessing of the sword god, but immediately felt intense pain. He couldn't even move because of the suffering, but then Speed Weapon gave him a blessing to his body and he thought, I can do this. When the Minotaur charged forward, breaking everything in its path, Gemma received a message, may the blessings of the gods be with you. He easily dodged the first swing of the Minotaur's axe. He thought, my body hurts so much I could spit blood. And when he dodged the next blow, he took a kick from the Minotaur. Even though he blocked it, he coughed up more blood. It felt like all the pain sensations he had suppressed with the resistance blessing were hitting him at once. But he refused to weaken because of it. As he dodged another strike, he altered the trajectory of the axe. It was about to take his head off, but he used a dodge skill to duck and avoid it. The Minotaur smashed everything in its way, growing even more enraged, and continued attacking wildly. Eventually it struck Gamar, creating a thick cloud of smoke around him. Yet it turned out the kid was still alive. Sak asked, is this guy really human? She dodged a blow from one of the Minotaur's guards and thought about how Geomar used his muscles, his posture, his steps. He simply looked like a superhuman, but she reminded herself that was just a theory. The difference between theory and real combat is enormous. Sak fired an arrow into the guard's eye. She thought that, in a life-or-death situation, Geom didn't even flinch. She aimed carefully and landed a perfect hit, exploding the buffalo guard's head. Sak remembered that even the Sword Emperor Siegfried had to use his aura to fight this boy. The Minotaur glared at Gamar with fury, until it sensed the aura of the sword god as well. It even attacked with its fists, abandoning the axe. But Gamar with a simple strike pierced through it, slicing its arm in half. To be precise, he didn't just sever the arm, he sliced it down the middle. While Chloe distracted another guard, Speed Weapon was extremely tense, trembling from the amount of power he was using to sustain the blessing. Chloe then finished off the other guard. She thought to herself that she was still inexperienced with monsters, and reflected on everything that had just happened. The closer a monster is to a human form, the more dangerous it becomes. Although that's not a fixed rule, still, when a monster behaves that way, it's a sign of danger. Of course, she was very worried about Geomar. The Minotaur was getting increasingly furious, especially after losing half of its arm. It grabbed its axe with the one arm it had left and began to cast magic. Sak said, "It's impossible. A monster using magic." It was as if the Minotaur was merging with its axe. It was burning its life force to regenerate mana. Sax thought that the sheer power made it almost impossible to get close. But Speed Weapon wouldn't give up. He was nearly passing out but believed in Gimar and maintained the blessing. While Gumar stared at that massive axe, he was coughing up blood. When the strike finally came, of course, Geomar didn't hesitate. He clashed blades with the Minotaur's massive, now magic-infused axe. Gumar realized the magic was far too dense for him, but if he dodged the blow, everyone else would be hit. The Minotaur poured even more force, even more power into the attack. Geomar was being pushed back. Then the Minotaur was distracted by an arrow in the eye, shot by Sak. She shouted for Geomar to cut him down already. He seized the opening, focusing even more, and his eyes were being completely overtaken by the blessing. He thought, if I cut like this, and then through all the pain he was feeling, he activated his blue aura. Chloe noticed the aura was the same blue as during his battle with the Sword Emperor. He began slicing toward the Minotaur's axe. He was almost entirely consumed by the madness of the blessing, but his slash was so powerful that it split both the axe and the Minotaur in half. It was the power of the blessing and his aura. Everyone was utterly shocked. The Minotaur's body fell bloodless. A clean cut. Gelmar was completely wrecked, but still conscious. He thought, I did it. Sak was in total awe. Speed Weapon collapsed from exhaustion, his mouth swollen from blowing the flute for so long. He muttered that Geomar always breaks what people consider normal. He thought that the bright light Geomar used was enough to illuminate the entire cavern. He wondered if Geomar had fully manifested his aura, but then Sak appeared, telling Speed Weapon to breathe. Now she understood what he had meant earlier. Geomar was like a legend brought back to life. She also understood why Speed Weapon followed him around like a puppy. He asked when he ever did that, but Sax said to just forget it. According to Academy rules, it wasn't impossible for Kang Jomar to skip a grade. Speed Weapon asked if she had lost her mind. Sax said there was no rule preventing it. Speed Weapon admitted that was true. Sax then said that for some reason, she also wanted to walk alongside this Kang Jomar. Gomar thought that even with Speed Weapon's blessing, there was no avoiding some rest now. The injuries were relatively mild compared to what they could have been, but still he faced a boss without the pain resistance blessing. Chloe jumped on him and hugged him tightly, very worried. She asked if he was hurt, if he was okay. Gomar replied that he was being hurt right now and she apologized, though clearly enjoying jumping on him. Genmar then received a system message congratulating him for acquiring a new blessing. Genmar thought that originally this blessing was meant for the protagonist, Leon. It was the blessing of transfer, a very rare spiritual level blessing. It reached full potential when combined with other blessings and was nearly essential for balancing yin and yang. He thought that now that they had passed this point, he'd try to think positively. Then someone opened the dungeon gate. Jomar had made a request to Chloe earlier, so when the guard opened it, he was shocked, only to be kicked by Chloe. She stabbed her blade right into his leg and told him to stay quiet. Speed Apple asked what was happening. Jomir said he had asked Chloe to do this earlier. The guard asked what he had done and why they were doing this to him. Jia said, "That's exactly what we're going to find out." Later, Speed Weapon asked if the fact that the group had gone crazy and the portal had opened was all because of the little guard. Sak agreed that it was definitely strange. There were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet the staff member appeared as if he had been expecting everything. Speed Weapon asked why he would do such a thing. Sak said, "That's exactly what we need to find out." She approached the staff member and said she didn't think he was a coward. So who was behind this? Sak said it looked like he wasn't going to talk, so they'd have to make him open his mouth. Jeromar said that if he refused to say who was behind it, he had his own methods. Then the guard said he would talk. A few days earlier, an instructor from the academy had approached him and promised to pay off the debts he had accumulated through gambling. Speed Weapon asked if he had really done all that just because of debt, sold out students for a few coins. The guard replied, it wasn't just coins, it was 2 billion, but in the beginning he had refused. Saka then asked, what was she like? The guard said the instructor in question was a tall woman with light-colored hair and purple streaks. Sak said she could never forget that woman. She was the assistant instructor of her class. Her eyes were very striking. Speed Weapon said. So the incident during the midterm exam was also her doing. Sak asked what exactly had happened during that exam. Jeromar explained that during the midterm, they had encountered a mermaid. Sak then asked if that's why Leon was hospitalized. Speed Weapon responded, not exactly. The mermaid was defeated by Gelmar alone. Jean added that they had taken everything they could from him. Then Gelmar revealed that he had recorded the entire conversation. Naturally, they were all impressed by his plan. Chloe then yanked the sword out of the guard's leg, causing him immense pain. Xion said that a dungeon shouldn't even be open at this time. It's the perfect situation to make someone disappear. He said he'd leave the judgment to Chloe, since she's the assassin. Chloe placed her sword to the guard's neck and told him he would be punished, then killed him right there. Gamar thought that the Academy's Council of Elders and the instructors were targeting him, but then he thought, let them come, I'll cut them all to pieces. Later Giomar went to the forge and handed over the horn of the Bull King, asking to strengthen his weapon. The blacksmith was speechless, wondering if Giomar had really brought back something of such high level. He asked if Giomar had managed it alone. Gamar said no, it was with his team. He also asked whether his weapon could be repaired and strengthened. The blacksmith asked, what the hell did you do to this damn weapon to mess it up like this? Giomar replied, what did you say? The blacksmith quickly changed his tone and said he should just take better care of it. Giomar agreed and said he'd leave it with him. The blacksmith thought, that damn brat's gonna make the sword even shorter this time. But Giomar turned around and said the remaining materials could be sold to buy himself something nice. The blacksmith asked, are you serious? Later in class Giomar thought he was feeling much better, but he would have to ask Speed Weapon for another blessing. While checking his system, he noticed that his synchronization rate was at 12.7%. Unlike his other attributes, this stat rose dramatically after experiencing major events. If he cleared another dungeon, it would likely rise again. He thought that unlike his attributes which rose quickly, there hadn't been any serious side effects, except for his hair turning white. He also thought about how Chloe had been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, so he planned to visit her after class. Then Professor Lee entered the room with the Sword Emperor. Giomar thought, you really kept me waiting, huh? But suddenly, Giomar received a notification. Someone messaged him, asking what he was doing and told him to look forward. It was Sak holding a phone with a bunny sticker, entering the classroom along with the Sword Emperor. The professor announced, starting today, Cadet Sak Ryoso will be transferring into this class. I hope you all get along. That was the end of the announcements. He told everyone to change into training clothes and gather in the training hall in 30 minutes. Everyone started wondering why Sak had transferred to their class. An instructor had personally requested it, but no one knew why. Giomar thought. So she's transferring here too. Among this year's cadets, known as the Miracle Generation, she was ranked 4th. The top 4 cadets were always grouped together. The first place was a brilliant mind, who also topped the written exam and had unparalleled combat skills, the perfect blend of brains and brawn, Q-style. Sak was also the daughter of Sakik Kojima, one of the 7 stellar heroes, known as the Absolute Bao. According to history, Sakik Kojima held the title of the Absolute Bao and was also the Prime Minister of Japan. Basically, Sakuri was like a Japanese princess. No wonder everyone treated her like a celebrity. Giomar thought, this is going to be 2000% more annoying. Of course, all the boys were impressed when Sak passed by, but she walked straight ahead. Shiomar silently pleaded, "Please, not here. Please, not here." But of course she came right up to him, took back her food and asked if she could sit next to him. Then she even asked for his phone number. Kumar thought, "Unfortunately, my instincts are never wrong." Later in the dungeon checkpoint of the Buffalo Dungeon, one of the guards was being interrogated. He said that people had claimed to be worried about the cadets and insisted on entering. He mentioned that everyone seemed pale and scared for some reason. The investigator said they would inspect the scene and told the guard he could leave. While smoking later, one of the investigators said, "Deaths in dungeons are common accidents." The other replied, "Yeah, but regardless of the accident, there's always a body left behind. But this time, I can't forget it. When I entered that dungeon for the search, I was completely shocked. That's because there were many buffalo corpses, a whole mountain of them." The investigator thought it was impossible that mere academy cadets could have done that. They returned safely, but the staff member who entered with them was never found, as if he had never existed. The other investigator asked, could he be inside the stone gate? The first replied that it was highly unlikely. The stone gate had never opened before. They also couldn't exactly interrogate the academy cadets who were present. The investigator noted, "It's an elite school full of nobles. The higher-ups could issue a warrant." The other investigator said it was driving him crazy. But then suddenly that instructor, his friend, was knocked down. The other realized it was magic, a demon. It was Akor who was eliminating the evidence. The investigator wondered whether she was human or just disguised as one. But then in the next second his head was ripped off. Before dying, the investigator realized she was a human who had made a pact with demons. Akor said that working hard was fine and all, but they really had no idea what they were getting themselves into. Meanwhile, Sak was sitting next to Jung, eating her little sweet and looking all smitten with him, while the other guys were smitten with her. Germano was really enjoying all this attention. Sak asked why he wasn't eating. She said she had gone through the trouble of sharing after all. Germano replied that Chloe sometimes sat there. Sak asked, "Aren't the seats first come first served?" Germano confirmed, "Yes," and asked why exactly she had transferred to this class. Before she could answer, the professor announced that the assembly would begin in 5 minutes. Everyone started getting up. Geomar said that their class had morning training every day, and asked if she wasn't going. Sak replied that she wasn't doing mental training, then put on a little device and went to sleep. But before that, she asked him to call her Ryoso instead of Sak. She explained that, in her country, close friends use first names instead of last names. Geomar said, "But Speed Weapon calls you Sak." She said, "I don't care," and wished him good luck with training. Geomar could tell this was going to turn into a mess. Meanwhile, in the top class, Rachel was saying that everything was too noisy. She asked Abel if she had heard that Sak had transferred to another class. Rachel said that girl was lazy and crazy, but Abel was distracted. Rachel asked if she was disappointed. Class transfers only happen when there's an open spot. This year that class had one less student. Somehow Sak found that out before anyone else and ran over immediately. Abel asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Rachel said she heard from Speed Weapon last week that Abel had joined Kang Jaemor and cleared the Buffalo Dungeon. Apparently Sak liked him so much that she transferred to his class. Rachel commented, "There should be a rule for this," she added. "Wasn't Jaemor already reserved for dear Abel?" Abel said, "Of course not. Are you crazy?" But Rachel noticed that Abel always reacts when she hears Jaemor's name. She was certain something was up. Abel firmly said she had only talked to Kang Jaemor a few times so far, and that was all. No relationship at all. She would appreciate it if Rachel stopped saying things like that. Rachel asked, "Why did you say so far? Are you planning to talk more in the future?" Then Rachel got serious and said, "Lying to others is one thing. Lying to yourself is never a good idea." Abel was even shocked by that statement. Abel remembered a conversation with her grandfather. He told her that he would become a temporary instructor at the academy. Abel asked him not to follow her to school. She was already attracting enough attention, but the Sword Emperor said he would be in charge of the first-year special class. Abel asked what he meant by that. Sakura Fight told her it was she herself who had requested it. After what happened during the midterm exam, he added that she shouldn't worry. He wouldn't see his granddaughter too often at school. Abel realized he tried to hide it, but she could still see the excitement on his face. Her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, who always looked bored, had finally found something entertaining. Kangen was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, someone who ignored his noble status and past, solving everything with brute force. So absurdly talented it seemed unfair. Abel thought that the first time she saw him, he just looked like a lazy kid. Now he was a young man full of masculine charm, more than even Leon, who was called the hero candidate, and Geomar continued on the path of a hero. He never boasted about his achievements, walking a hard path in silence. If he were at least arrogant, it would be easier to hate him. But the guy seemed flawless. Of course, Abel was jealous. Her grandfather recognized Geomar, but not her. Rachel quietly walked up and asked what she was thinking about. Of course, she startled Abel. Abel said that no matter how much she thought about it, there was no room for feelings between her and Geomar. But Rachel said, "You're not very convincing, but hey, if you're not interested, that means there's no competition." To win over Geomar for herself, Rachel could easily deal with the brat and Sak, but she could never compete with Abel. Abel asked seriously, "Am I that charming?" and Rachel asked if she was admitting it then. Meanwhile, Kang was in a class learning about how the rank of a blessing is determined by the entity that resides in it. If a guardian spirit resides in the blessing, it's classified as a guardian rank. If it's just a spirit, then it's a spiritual rank. Someone asked, and if an ancestor resides in it, would it be an ancestral blessing? The professor replied that ancestors could help lift weights in the academy, but they don't reside in blessings. Sak suddenly stood up and then went back to sleep, and Gilmar thought, not even the teacher scold her. The professor continued the lecture, and Jia thought, she sleeps so heavily, it's already been 2 days since she transferred to this class, and I still don't know why, she just sleeps all day. He thought it was ridiculous. He hadn't had a chance to ask her why she didn't just take a seat in the corner, if she was only going to sleep there. He felt relieved that Chloe was hospitalized, otherwise he might have already been dead. Jama thought it was true that Sak had handled the post-dungeon cleanup, so everything ended without issues. Her abilities were on a different level compared to speed weapons. The professor went on explaining that the ranks of blessings are classified as heroic spirit, guardian spirit, and personal spirit. He said most cadets probably had blessings of personal rank, and told them not to be discouraged. Even a personal rank blessing can be as effective as a guardian rank one. He said spiritual rank blessings are incredibly rare in this world, and Jia thought about how he had received one of those rare ones just a few days ago. Then a student asked, "How many heroic rank blessings exist?" The professor explained that the world considers heroic blessings to be legendary. In fact, since the first appearance of blessings in human history, there has only been one person who received a heroic one, the founding hero Valor Joachim. Of course, in the modern era there's now one more person, but before he could elaborate, the class bell rang. They would continue in the next lecture. However, Gomer had one last question. He asked if the professor knew anything about the phrase, "May the blessings of the gods be with you." The professor paused in silence. Even Sak showed interest. He said he didn't understand the purpose of the question, but noted that the phrase contained a contradiction. There are no more gods in this world. Still, he said Geomar's thirst for knowledge was admirable, and invited him to come to his lab if he had more questions. Then the professor left. Sak smiled a little and went back to sleep. Jean said he'd take a nap too. He rested his head, but as soon as he fell asleep, he was disturbed, even in his dreams. The system informed him that someone was requesting a conversation. He found himself in space, with a completely destroyed train and equipment floating everywhere. MBA was requesting a conversation with him. Naturally, he was shocked, but he accepted. MBA was interfering with the world line, and Gilmar wondered, what is the world line? Everything in that space was so strange. Suddenly, the wreckage, ruins, and the train began to move, but then everything calmed down again. The system warned him that the opponent's level was too high and his own was too low. He didn't meet the requirements yet. Still, It asked if he wanted to proceed. Joma thought that this didn't feel like just a dream. Maybe this was the reason he ended up in this world. Maybe he could find out who sent him here, and learn more about the blessing of the sword god. So he accepted. MJ was applying suppressive force to make this contact, and then the system just vanished. Suddenly the entire reality shattered. Geomar thought it was similar to the day he awakened the blessing of the sword god, the day of the entrance exam. He saw that thing again. He needed to find out what it was. It felt like he was getting closer bit by bit, but then someone told him to wake up. There was external interference. MJ was losing memory. Gurima thought he was so close, but MJ left him a message. She simply said to cut and slice through whatever it is, and wished that the blessings of the gods be with him. It was Sak who woke him up. She said he scolded her for sleeping too much, but he slept too. If she hadn't woken him up, he would have missed the class. Then she noticed Gilmar was crying. Later Gilmar was reflecting on everything. Sak asked him if he had a sad dream. He thought he did dream, but couldn't remember anything. It was already embarrassing enough to be woken up by sleepyhead Sak, but why was he crying? Then the whole group approached him. Speed Weapon, Sak, and Chloe. They were discussing some kind of plan. They said it seemed like the enemy who was after Kang Gyomar was now inside the academy. Sak said, "How many times do I have to say it? This is exactly why he's not the top student." Speed Weapon was about to heal her ears if they started bleeding. Jomar asked Speed Weapon to explain things in advance. Kotaro must have had a hard time with that girl, he said. Speed Weapon asked if she thought she would be better forever, and Sak said her ears were bleeding. She couldn't take listening anymore. Meanwhile, Chloe was there, coughing a bit. Gilmar asked if she was really okay being there. Chloe said she felt better but wanted to keep a bit of distance to avoid spreading the flu. Gilmar then told Sak that she probably heard the explanation, but the situation became a bit messy. Sak replied with a weird laugh. Ryoso, and Chloe let out a big cough just then. Jean said, "We should call her that now, huh?" Speed Weapon said he organized everything so they could understand what was going on and figure things out. First, the academy elders were after Gilmar. Second, there was the appearance of the female instructor that some dungeon staff had mentioned. But after thinking about it, maybe knowing all that wasn't even that important. Speed Weapon added that the elders' request was vague anyway and would probably be rejected by the board. Then when talking about the female instructor, Sak said she definitely remembered her. She had broken into the academy's internal records and checked every head and assistant instructor. She found someone, but strangely couldn't confirm her identity. Gilmar asked, "You hack stuff too?" Sak replied that in this tech-filled world, you have to know how to survive. But even so, this place has the best security system in the world. So she had to act during the night. She's not just lazy in the morning, she's just nocturnal. Jian thought, she even found my phone number and I never gave it to her. Speed Weapon said that basically, up until now, nothing concrete had been revealed. Still, they couldn't just barge into the elders' dorms and start making threats. Sure, he could do it, but it would just make things worse. Everyone agreed, but Speed Weapon had another idea to start their own club. Geomar asked, "What do you mean a club?" Sak explained that clubs are independent student-led movements. They even receive funding. The academy encourages cooperation among cadets, whether that's real or not, and offers some benefits. One of those benefits is being treated as an affiliated organization of the academy. Speed Weapon interrupted her, saying that just being in a club gives you protection from the academy. Being a cadet isn't enough. Sak agreed. For people like them who have enemies inside and outside the academy, a club would work as a double-layered defense. Rumar thought that one of the divine protection systems in the game was the club system. Since the game takes place in an academy, this feature lets you decorate a private space with furniture and items. You can invite characters over, build affinity. It's a classic otaku game feature. You could basically build your own little home. Jeremar had never paid much attention to it because he never had time, but now that it's real, who would have thought it could be useful? He asked if there was any requirement or specific condition to start a club. Speed Weapon explained that first they needed to submit a club foundation proposal to the proper department and have 5 people to form the club. Gomar realized they were still missing one person and asked if all of them would join the club. Speed Weapon said, "Of course. I wouldn't have mentioned it if we weren't going to stick together until the end." Chloe said that if it was for Giamar she was in. Sak said she owed him for the dungeon incident. Besides, someone as smart as him should definitely be included. Gonmar thought that in his past life when he got older he realized relationships become calculated give and take. But these people barely knew him and were already saying they'd follow and trust him. Naturally, he thanked them. Speed Weapon said they should take this moment to choose a name for the club. Chloe suggested Murder Memories, since they were going to eliminate corrupt people, but Speed Weapon said it didn't sound like a good name. Sak said they could call it anything like Neighborhood Patrol. The name didn't matter. Speed Weapon told her to shut up, please. Then they all took a moment to think. Jama suggested Travel Club. They could clear dungeons and explore the areas around them. He asked if it was a bad idea. The others said it was actually a great idea. Speed Weapon said, "Then I'll find a faculty advisor. The written test is next week, so we need to prepare." But without a faculty advisor they couldn't officially start the club. Sak said honestly, that was the biggest problem. Club advisors had to be professors, or someone higher. Chloe said they should try the professor of blessing studies. He was kind and popular. Speed Weapon asked about Professor Damien. He said no, that professor was too busy, so it probably wouldn't work. Sakura did that. Out of the 500 Paws Academy staff, only about 30 were professors, and only 10 taught first-year students. They say they encourage club activity, but the system is full of contradictions. Then she asked if Giamar had someone in mind. He asked, "It just needs to be a professor or someone above that, right?" Sak replied. Giamar said yes, but almost no one is higher ranked than professors. Still, he said he knew someone. Then he showed his phone and everyone was completely shocked. When they arrived to register the club, they were told that the club leader needed to submit the application in person. Gomer said that he was the leader. The woman asked if he was really the leader, and Gomer wondered if she actually worked for the academy. What kind of attitude was that? Giamar thought it was so irritating. He told her they followed all the procedures and just needed their application to be accepted. But the woman said that a club application needed a faculty advisor, and added that she doubted anyone would want to be his advisor. Giamar asked what she meant by that. She asked if he didn't understand, then said, "Do you really think anyone would want to advise a club created by a special admission student? Considering your background, you should know your place." Giamar thought as expected. Even the smallest notion of justice in this academy was disappearing. A part of him wanted to use a more effective form of communication now. In nearly 20 years of restaurant service, he dealt with many annoying people. He knew very well that silence was often the best response. He knew that, but even so he picked up his little phone. Giamar said, "Yes, I'm here at the club administration office." Yes, yes, and the woman couldn't understand a thing. Then Giamar asked, "Oh, you're coming here?" He continued, "Of course, sure, see you soon." The woman said it was unbelievable. A little special student thinking he could just make a phone call and solve everything. Giamar replied, "She's already coming, she'll take care of this." The woman asked, "What kind of person is backing you for you to act this arrogant?" She said she was the cousin of a close friend of the principal, and if he said a single word, "A special student like you." But Gilmar just turned around and said, "You're being too loud, shout quieter, Nung." Of course, the woman became completely enraged. Ginmar thought her hypocrisy had just come out. That was exactly what he wanted to see. Then someone arrived, literally kicking the door down. Everyone was shocked. Guess who it was? Director Medea. She was Giamar's club advisor. Medea said she was happy to see him in person after so long. Giamar apologized for bothering her, saying she must be busy, but Medea replied, "For this cutie, I'm never too busy." Then the woman realized Kang Giamar was the name of the best freshman this year. Medea told Giamar to give the document to his advisor to her and then he could get on with his life. Jane said, "All right, leave it to her." Then someone arrived, bringing a chair for the director. The receptionist said, "Please wait, this is all a misunderstanding." But Medea said no, she didn't need a blessing to see that the woman had clearly judged him based on his record. And beyond that, he was the cadet both she and the Sword Emperor had marked as a successor. She then grabbed the document with magic and said she'd give the woman 5 minutes to fix everything. Write it now. The woman started panicking. Geomar was reading Medea's messages and realized that the receptionist had probably been fired. Medea also told Geomar to visit her office later, but at that moment he was visiting the forge. The blacksmith asked if he came to pick up his equipment. It was ready. Gomer thought, "Good. This is the first time I've seen this guy, and he really does look like a blacksmith." He didn't know what the blacksmith thought of him, but from Jamar's point of view as a former player, it was like a love-hate relationship. Of course, after what happened recently, the hate side got stronger. This was the blacksmith, one of the main NPCs who handled almost everything related to weapons. Because of the nature of these games, he was created as a sort of joke, draining players' resources in an instant. Since Kang didn't spend much in his past life, it didn't affect him much, but for those who did, they often begged just once, Baelant, please, as if it were some sort of ritual. Most people called him Bayada, Bayhun, or even Bayada. Jawanmar thought that even he had cursed at him before because of the Marasami. The blacksmith. Bai asked what he was thinking about so much. Jamara said, "Nothing. You just look like someone I know," Bai replied. "She must be as pretty as I am then." He said that this time, the work was more than perfect. This time, it was the Murasami, Sashimi knife version, upgraded to V2. Gilmar shouted so loudly he scared the blacksmith. It was upgraded so well that the blessing's duration increased to 50 seconds. Yama thought that 40 seconds already seemed short for future dungeons, so even 10 more seconds was great. If he combined this with the transfer blessing later, once he upgraded his gear, it would definitely be a big improvement. He used to complain that this blessing was useless, but the blessing of the resistor, which the real Kang Shira Mera awakened, was actually very versatile, like a guardian ranked blessing. He thought Bai should check something too. Now it was ranked D. It had gone up a rank. The work and the improvement weren't exactly epic, though he had used rank A materials. He thought it would have at least guaranteed a C rank. Still, Jaomar thought he'd infuse more aura into the Murasami in the future. At the very least, its durability had increased by 2. The durability level wouldn't break from impact anymore, and Jaomar said that this button was just begging to be clicked. It was showing that he had a new trait added. When he clicked it, he saw a diagram of his weapon along with other windows. The system said that due to the successful enhancement and growth of the weapon, up to 3 special abilities could now be granted. Special abilities could only be granted using mana stones and would activate in a random order. In other words, he could now have 3 special abilities linked to his current weapon. Jas wondered. Mana stones, he thought. Damn it, Baelant. Meanwhile, that elder was furious, breaking mirrors, even drinking heavily. He was asking himself what he should do and praying for a sign from his father, von Benhak, one of the 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. That elder's father had died 40 years ago during the subjugation of the 6th Legion of Vazman. The public called him a noble hero and praised his sacrifice, but right after his death, the Benhak family suffered endless attacks from those trying to take it over. To survive, the elder closed his heart. His family members turned on each other. In the end, he restored the shaken order and protected the family in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became one of the Academy elders to guide foolish humanity and maintain the absolute supremacy of the chosen ones. To control the ignorant masses, a common enemy was necessary. Luckily, humanity already had one, the demons, but unpredictable variables always emerge. Leonhardt, the hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, was the next champion chosen by the heavens. Of course, the power gap between humans and demons is enormous, and the elder knew Leon's chances of actually defeating the Demon King were almost 0. He said the founding hero was a legend, something that could never happen again, until Kor appeared with a proposal to help him with this hero candidate. The elder immediately recognized her as a demon just by looking into her eyes. She had a direct pact with a Legion-level commander demon, a being who had abandoned their humanity in exchange for magic. The elders said that dealing with Leon was already a headache, but now that special admission brat was making things even worse. Even the editors were hesitating, saying the situation wasn't serious enough to justify action. The elder asked, "Are you there or not?" Someone replied, addressing him, "Elder Cled von Ben Herk." Cled said, "Summon the Gravedigger Squad." As usual, in class, Geomar wasn't paying attention. He was too busy thinking about his weapon and mana stones. He realized that having a mana stone changed everything drastically. The fact that he now had 3 open slots to imbue mana stones was an incredible gain. If this were a game, of course, mana stones would usually drop after defeating dungeon bosses. Normally they come from magical beasts ranked A or higher. Gamar thought, this fate is too cruel. He wondered if Sak had stayed up all night again. It had been a week since he cleared the Buffalo Dungeon with his club friends. Mana stones were the key to unlocking the stone gate, where the Bull King appeared. That stone came from a colossus, a giant. Somehow someone managed to defeat the giant and obtain its mana stone to do all of that. In the game, a single step from that giant could shake the entire inner area. But even that giant was nothing compared to the monsters introduced in later updates. The Basilisk of the Immaculate Night, the malicious beast Manticore, and the elite King Draugr. Creatures comparable to natural disasters. Giramar thought that risking his life to strengthen his equipment was absolutely worth it. That should be Leon's job, not his. Then Chloe arrived and asked if the seat was taken. It was, by Sak. She seemed very pleased with that. Giramar said that she looked like she'd fully recovered. Chloe replied that she had, but the one who really got hurt last time was him. His weapon even glowed blue. But Jeremiah told her to drop that story. He thought that hunting mana stones was definitely worth it. Ironically, now he wanted power. The idea of living a peaceful fatherly life was gone, stability and safety gone. But his main goal hadn't changed: survive. Unpredictable variables, which didn't exist when he was just a player, kept showing up. The story he once knew had completely changed, like the world itself was conspiring against him. And somehow it had already been a month since he entered the academy. And all of this had happened. He thought about how soon the truth about the second demonic war set to explode in just 3 years would come to light. Preparing for that, strengthening his body and equipment weren't options anymore, they were necessities. If things continued at this pace, he had no idea what the war's outcome would be. And he didn't trust Leon either. Then Speed Apple tried to wake up Sam and got punched in the throat. Gilmar thought, even if that mermaid was a demon and supposedly the next hero was her target, she died in 1 hit. How did he even do that? Gilmar muttered, "This is so annoying." Speed Weapon reported to the captain, "She hit me." Gilmar asked, "When did you get here?" Speed Weapon replied, "I came to check on the club's progress." He said that the director had already approved it, they just needed to recruit 1 more member. So they didn't need to call him captain anymore. Speed Weapon said that Leon had been doing really well recently. He even cleared a high-ranked dungeon. Shamar wondered, is he finally starting to act like a real protagonist? Sak added that he cleared an A-rank dungeon just yesterday, while they had only managed to clear a C-rank one. Speed Weapon commented that she seemed to know a lot about Leon and asked if she was stalking him. Maybe she liked him. Sak gave him a long stare and said, "No, I'm not interested." Giamar thought, Leon's getting stronger. At this pace he'll get bombed during the survival training on the deserted island. To think that his little sashimi knife with no special traits has survived for so long. Giamar reflected that many misfortunes were happening to him. Things that should have been happening to Leon. But that didn't mean he would just accept it. He thought that if his life were a game, he wouldn't hesitate to use his blade. He had no reason or desire to be the perfect protagonist. He's not the main character, he's just surviving. He is King Gaoma, the sword demon. And he said, "Do you want to cut or be cut?" Sak asked, "Why is he saying such weird things? Is he an otaku? Does he play video games?" Meanwhile, in another location, the Gravediggers had been summoned. The one with the mohawk said they'd been called by one of the elders. It was time to take advantage of the opportunity. But their leader warned, "One more stupid comment and I'll rip your tongue out." Someone else said, "The mohawk kid must be new. The boss doesn't tolerate that crap." The Mohawk guy asked, then why did she accept this job? Another replied, because the pay is insane. Their leader told them both to shut up. Meanwhile, the maid notified Cled that they had arrived. And in they walked, Zhang Taipeng, Vice Captain Pari, member of the squad, and Run, the captain of the Grave Diggers, a syndicate of villainous assassins. Cled thanked them for coming, but their leader wasn't in the mood for small talk. Cled told them to take a look at the target, and of course it was Kang Gomar. Perry said, he looks like some spoiled rich teen. Cled told them that the survival training on the deserted island was next week, and to kill Gomar before then. The price, 100 million, upfront with a bonus upon completion. The leader asked, and what about cleanup? Cled replied, just get rid of the body. The island is surrounded by sea. He'll be fish food. On the day of the written exam, Gioma was calculating. Divine blessings began to appear around 60-94 years ago, French Revolution era. He was studying thinking his intermediate test scores had been good, so he didn't need to worry too much now. But the rankings were posted publicly on the Academy's board. Otherwise he would have guessed half the test. Luckily Speed Weapon and Ass were the top scores on the last written test. Still Gomar said he needed to maintain his dignity, or he'd lose to them. Then he got a message and asked who was bothering him at this hour. It was Sak, pestering him about the exam. She said he needed to eat, he'd need glucose to think properly because his brain wouldn't survive the exam without food. She even sent him a full recipe. Gomar wondered, what is she even talking about right now? He replied that in Korea there's a tradition of eating something sweet before an exam. Sak asked which sweet exactly. He told her it was yote, a Korean candy made from rice, corn and sweet potato. Sak said the candy sounded boring, but she kept nagging him. He turned his phone over to focus on studying. Gilmar said it was time to finish this exam. He refused to lose to that jelly-devouring idiot. But later he realized how much of an idiot he was. Speed Weapon said he didn't even get the first question right. Chloe asked how he did on the test, and Gomar was shaking. He said he answered without thinking. Chloe asked why he was always so direct with his answers. Why'd he do that? Jamar thought he had relied too much on his game knowledge, but it hadn't been enough. He asked Chloe if Nox had contacted her. He hadn't shown up in a while. Chloe replied that Nox actually called her yesterday at 7 p.m., but she had been sleeping and missed it. She'd been staying up late for days and went to bed early that night. Gomar thought that the editor contact info was confidential. So unless Nox appeared in person, Chloe was the only one he could ask. Still, he trusted that Nox had his reasons, even if he seemed distant lately. They were like brothers, he hoped they'd get along. Speed Weapon said he also slept late, which is why he did badly on the test. But Sak said no, it's because you're dumb, just admit it. As Speed Weapon freaked out, Sak stood up and sat right next to Gomar, making Chloe visibly annoyed. Sak asked, what are they whispering about? Are they dating? Chloe got a little excited about the idea of dating Guomar, and Guomar wondered if this kind of thing was all young people ever cared about. Guomar made it very clear that's not happening. Sak asked, then why were you ignoring my messages? Gomar replied, I only did that once. But then he heard Chloe asking about messages. Chloe asked, are you two messaging each other now? Gomar thought that Chloe didn't seem to care much when Sak sat next to him, but now, she sat beside him, but why did she care so much about the messages? Speed Weapon didn't really understand what was going on. Guomar finally told Sak to back off, or else things would get messy. Sak replied that they've known each other for a long time, shouldn't he know why she was acting this way? Guomar thought Sak was provoking him on purpose. Then Chloe told Gomar that he never gave her his number. Gomar replied it was because her number was confidential, she was an editor. But Chloe said, you're mine, you're my prince. Sak then clung to Gemar and asked, what's wrong with me? Jomar asked if she knew what a yandere was. She clearly wasn't used to that kind of thing. Speed Weapon stepped in to separate Sak and asked, you don't know what's going on? He realized she was completely insane with jealousy. Chloe even pulled out her box cutter, and Giakari for thought, this is way different from last time. He had stopped watching yandere videos recently, so he forgot how to handle this. Chloe slowly walked toward him and said that from now on she would make sure he only looked at her. Jiomar tried to talk to her, but she nearly slashed his neck with the box cutter. Sak was impressed by Chloe's speed. Chloe said Jiomar always made her feel sad, always with everyone except her, always surrounded by girls. When she went to attack Saki, Jiomar intercepted the blow. Sakri had just stood there like a total idiot. That damn girl, she thought. Chloe said she always did her best for him. Jiomar managed to pin her to the ground and said they needed to talk about this. But Chloe was struggling with all her strength, completely deranged. Jiomar told her to calm down. Chloe shouted that he didn't even care about her, so why talk now? Jiomar replied that he wanted to talk face to face. Talking through a piece of plastic feels too impersonal, he said. Then he leaned in, thinking, "This is it, I'm going to bet everything on this." He whispered into her ear, thanking her for always thinking of him. Even Speed Weapon turned red after hearing that. Jiomar said that even in the Buffalo Dungeon he had always trusted her. He pleaded, "So please, don't be upset like this." That was enough. Chloe turned into a puddle of goo, completely love-struck. Jiomar thought, "Phew, I got out of that one." Speed Weapon asked, "Is everything okay?" Jiomar replied, "Yeah, for now." Then he said, "We'd better clean up this mess first." When Sak walked off, Jiomar wondered, what's up with that girl? Later, both Speed Weapon and Sak were thinking about Kangema. Speed Weapon thought that Chloe always started giving off this terrifying murderous aura the second someone got close to Gema. He figured, if I had to guess, she probably has some twisted love for him. But what shocked Speed Weapon even more was seeing Jioma holding his sashimi knife, with a big smile on his face ready to stab her if necessary. He preferred talking and negotiating over stabbing people. That made sense. But Speed Weapon thought, he knows how to use fear when needed. He might look like a villain, but this is what defines a ruler. Speed Weapon thought, without a doubt, Jiomar is going to become a great leader. Then he asked, what is Sak always doing on her phone anyway? Sak replied that her followers weren't following her video instructions properly. She said she got bored and made a video called Perfect Response Strategy for Yanderis. Speed Weapon freaked out. You're deleting that? It got 21,001 views. But Sak just said she didn't need it anymore. He asked, so what's this channel for anyway? What are you doing? She said she was just bored. Later, in the library, Jiomar was thinking about how, starting next Wednesday, there would be a 3-day, 2-night survival training scheduled specifically on Avalon Island. Despite the name, the event was more like a camping trip or school outing. Cadets could form teams of up to 4 people. The entire training schedule was clearly announced to the cadets. Jiomar checked out a bunch of books about surviving on islands, identifying poisonous plants, and general survival tips. He thought it might be overkill, but the academy took this seriously. While it didn't affect their grades, it did evaluate each cadet's survival skills over the 3 days. Now that he thought about it, even as a longtime player, he remembered this event clearly. It was a main story event, the one where protagonist Leon gets the hilt of his ultimate weapon, Balmung. It was also when feelings between Abel and Leon began to blossom. Jiomar thought, back then I was so into this event. But now he didn't feel any jealousy. Romance felt far away from him ever since he entered the academy. Chaos had surrounded his life. The academy elders were after him. There was that mysterious structure. He still needed to recruit more members for the club. Jiomar thought, no matter how beautiful someone might be, now's not the time for feelings like that. This youth, it can wait for the next life. The only thing he truly cared about was the sacred demonic sword Balmung. That extinct swordsman within Jiomar. He wants that sword. He knows exactly how powerful it is. But tracking down the broken fragments of Balmung is a very important story arc. Even if he knew the location, he couldn't just take it. That's because the condition for claiming Balmung is that the sword chooses its master. To obtain Balmung, you need the blessing of the miracle. Jian thought, it's literally a weapon made for the protagonist. And here he is holding a Tramontina sashimi knife. So instead of lamenting over what he doesn't have, he'll focus on preparing himself. If Jomar gets lucky, maybe there won't be another mermaid ambush this time. Due to the principal's orders, a temporary instructor will be joining the wolf class. In this case, it's none other than the Sword Emperor. He'll be part of the supervision team. Jomar thought, the strongest hero of humanity, leading a freshman camping trip. This is very different from the original storyline, but thanks to that change, he'll be able to safely achieve his goal. He was looking for a specific book, the history of Avalon. He needed the knowledge found in those ancient volumes. Later, as he was reviewing his materials, he read that Avalon is an island located far to the eastern sea, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly shifts. At the center of the island, there's a primeval lake called the Queen's Lake, and the land surrounding it is known as the Land of Beginnings. Jomar thought, these are things I already knew. Still, he would need to search through the entire library to find what he needed. Then someone suddenly said, Jomar's here too. It was the protagonist Leon who said it had been a while since he last saw him. That's all for today, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, it's super important. See you next time. Peace.